Fresh video emerges from Rawala court in a POK shows Pakistani forces mercilessly shooting at peaceful protesters. Hello viewers, you're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra, and our top focus, what is unfolding right now in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Now, the region continues to remain on boil as massive sit-in protests are underway in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir against the Pakistani army and the government. And this comes after the JAAC issued calls for a complete shutdown today in Muzaffarabad, stating that there will be no further talks with Islamabad. And we're getting these visuals showing you how the shutdown, in fact, is visible across the area. This comes after the Joint Action Committee had called for a complete shutdown to protest against the use of brute force by the Pakistani forces. In fact, these are visuals on your screen showing you how a complete shutdown is in place in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir at the moment, right after Joint Awami Action Committee called for a complete region-wide shutdown, urging residents to close their shops, markets, businesses and public spaces in protest against what they allege is a crackdown by Pakistani officials. So, in response to those calls by Joint Awami Action Committee, we are now looking at a complete shutdown underway across Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and this comes as the protest continues across the region, and the Pakistani forces, meanwhile, are increasing their deployment of police forces and continue to use brute force against these civilians, these peaceful protesters across POK. In fact, viewers, on this very thing, we also spoke to BJP MLA Vikram Randhawa on Pak Army's atrocities being committed in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, where he slammed NCPDP's silence, calling it completely shameful. Take a listen.
मुझे लगता है शर्म आनी चाहिए ऐसे लोगों को कि शांति कहाँ चाहिए और पाकिस्तान की दरिंदगी किन लोगों पे, निहत्थे लोगों पे हमला करके उनको ज़मींदोज़ कर रही है। और वो लोग कौन है? क्या वो मुसलमान नहीं है? पीओजे के रहने वाला? तो फिर हमदर्दी आपकी गाजा वालों के साथ क्यों है? वहाँ के रिश्तेदारी पाल रखी है क्या? ये मुझे लगता है कि बड़े संकेत दिखते हैं कि कश्मीर सेंट्रिक पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के लोगों की राजनीति क्या कहती है। भारत भी कहता है पीओजे के लोगों को एक अच्छी जिंदगी जीने का हक है, हालांकि वो हमारा इलाका है, उसको वापस लाने के लिए जब तैयारी होगी उसको कोई रोक नहीं पाएगा। लेकिन आज जो पाकिस्तान की हालत, जो पाकिस्तान ने पीओजे के लोगों की हालत कर दी है, जिंदा लोगों के ऊपर गोलियां चलानी और उनको मौत के घाट उतारना, इसकी कड़ी से कड़ी निंदा होनी।
All right, my colleague Gursimran now joins with more details on this. Gursimran, you've been very closely tracking what is unfolding in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And today, as per the call made by JAAC, a complete shutdown has now been observed across the region in protest against Islamabad.
Yes, the videos that are surfacing from the Gilani Chowk and the bank area, they clearly show that the people of POJK, they have decided to completely abstain from the work. All the shops and the business establishments in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir are completely closed. What the roads are witnessing is only the Frontier Corps and some of the other armed forces that have been deployed in the area. But in general, the public of Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, they have completely boycotted this move that the administration was trying to show the normalcy. The people have decided not to come out on the road, sending a clear message that they are not with the administration that has given call that everything will remain open, but they are with the protesters. They this as a mark of their protest against and the resentment against the federal government as well as the POJK government. These people have decided to remain abstain from their work, and these visuals that have abstained from the Gilani Chowk and the nearby areas of the Muzaffarabad, this shows that the people stand firm for the cause and they have decided to completely boycott the work. It was a completely chakka jam that was seen on the streets. You won't find any public transport, any civil transport there also.
All right, so anger against Shehbaz Sharif, Asim Munir continues to grow in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and which is now also visible in the kind of stage and protest that we're now witnessing, a complete shutdown, in fact, across POK at the moment. Thanks, Gursimran, for joining us. And now, viewers, shifting focus to another big story that we're tracking at the moment. Now, investigation has deepened in Ram Mandir donation theft case. The Ayodhya Circle Officer Ashutosh Tiwari is now, in fact, at district jail to interrogate 5 accused individuals in the case. Now, the investigating officer Ashutosh Tiwari has reached the district jail in Ayodhya at the moment, is what we understand, as the investigation continues in this case. Now, there are 5 individuals who are set to be questioned as part of this investigation by Circle Officer Ashutosh Tiwari. And we understand that at the moment, in fact, the investigating individuals include Anukalp Mishra, Lavkush Mishra, Ram Shankar Yadav, Karunesh Pandey and Manish Yadav. So these are 5 individuals who are all set to be questioned by CO Ayodhya Ashutosh Tiwari, who in fact at the moment has now arrived at the district jail in Ayodhya. So we are looking at rapid developments coming to light as far as investigation in Ram Mandir case is concerned. And right now, the CO Ayodhya, in fact Ashutosh Tiwari, is present at the district jail to probe these 5 individuals. In fact, my colleague Gaurav has also filed a ground report from Ayodhya district jail, where Ayodhya circle officer, as I mentioned before, is currently interrogating the 5 accused involved in Ram Mandir donation theft case. Take a listen.
अयोध्या जिला कारागृह में इस वक्त जो सीओ हैं वो पहुंचे हैं। साफ तौर पर ये टीम जो है यहाँ पर आई है पूछताछ के लिए। 5 आरोपी जो चंदा चोरी के मामले में जेल के अंदर है, उनसे पूछताछ हो रही है। आपको बता दें, इससे पहले अविनाश शुक्ला से पूछताछ हुई थी, उसके बाद उसकी पीसीआर ली गई थी। और अब साफ तौर पर ये देखिए, जो 5 आरोपी अन्य हैं उनसे जो पूछताछ है वो की जाएगी। इसी के चलते आज जो यहाँ पे टीम है वो यहाँ पर पहुंची है। साफ आपको बता दें कि अनुकल्प मिश्रा, लवकुश मिश्रा, रामशंकर यादव और टिन्नू, करुणेश पांडे, मनीष यादव, इन 5 से पूछताछ होगी। उसके बाद एक एक करके इनकी जो पीसीआर है वो भी पुलिस लेगी। लेकिन साफ तौर पर जिला कारागार अयोध्या में जो अयोध्या की पुलिस की टीम है वो पहुंच गई। खुद सीओ जो है वो पहुंचे हैं और उसके साथ ही अंदर अब जो पूछताछ है वो की जाएगी। चूंकि इस पूरे मामले से जुड़े कई ऐसे अहम साक्ष्य थे जो कि अविनाश शुक्ला की पीसीआर के दौरान उसने बताए, जिसकी निशानदेही पर अब जो टीम है वो यहाँ पहुंची है और अंदर लगातार उससे जो पूछताछ है वो की जाएगी। 5 आरोपियों को आमने सामने बैठाकर उनका आमना सामना कराया जाएगा, उनसे पूछताछ की जाएगी। इसके बाद ही इस पूरे केस में, क्योंकि एक के बाद एक लगातार जो डेवलपमेंट है वो देखने को मिल रहा है।
As the questioning of all the 5 accused in this case continues, Republic was also outside the residence of one of the main accused, Tinu Yadav, in this case. Take a look at this ground report.
राम मंदिर चंदा चोरी को लेकर जांच का दौर एक तरफ लगातार जारी है। कुछ आरोपियों की गिरफ्तारी हुई है, उनसे पूछताछ भी लगातार हो रही है और उन्हीं आरोपियों में से एक आरोपी के घर के पास दरअसल हम अभी पहुंच चुके हैं। आपको तस्वीरों के जरिए दिखाते हैं, थोड़ा नज़दीक लाएंगे तो आपको और ज़्यादा क्लियर हो पाएगा। ये जो टाइल वाला मकान दिख रहा है आपको, जहाँ पर नीले रंग की ग्रिल्स लगी हुई है, दरअसल यही वो मकान है जहाँ पर टिन्नू यादव और उनका परिवार रहा करता था। देखने में आपको बहुत ज़्यादा बड़ा, बहुत ज़्यादा आलीशान मकान ये नहीं लगने वाला है, लेकिन जानकारियां जिस तरह से निकलकर सामने आ रही है तो उन जानकारियों के मुताबिक कहा यह जा रहा है कि रियल एस्टेट में बड़ा इन्वेस्ट उनकी तरफ से किया गया था। टिन्नू यादव दरअसल वो है जो चंपत राय के बेहद करीबी माना जाते थे। टिन्नू यादव वो हैं जो एक वक्त पे रिक्शा ऑटो चलाया करते थे और दूसरे वक्त में ट्रस्ट के साथ जब वो जुड़े तो फिर उसके बाद उनकी स्थिति और बेहतर होने लगी। हालांकि यहाँ पर आसपास लोगों से बात करने की हमने कोशिश की, कैमरे पर नहीं बोलना चाहते हैं कुछ, लेकिन जानकारियाँ ज़रूर दी है। बात उनके कहने का मतलब ये है कि बिहेवियर अच्छा था, रहन सहन अच्छा था और उनका कहना यह है कि चेंजेस आए थे। अब देखिए क्या गाड़ियां उन्होंने नई खरीदी या फिर पहले से उनके पास कौन सी थी उसको लेकर लोग अभी बोलना नहीं चाह रहे हैं, कुछ बचना चाह रहे हैं, लेकिन उनका कहना यह है कि बिहेवियर फ्रेंडली था और स्टैंडर्ड अच्छा था, सही स्टैंडर्ड के साथ रहते थे। इसके अलावा ये एक मकान देख लीजिए आप, ये मकान जो है ये मनीष यादव का मकान है। ही इज़ ऑल्सो वन ऑफ द आरोपी, वो भी एक आरोपी हैं इस पूरे मैटर में। आज इन लोगों से जाँच भी की जानी है और लगातार पूछताछ का दौर जारी ही रहने वाला है। ये वही मोहल्ला है, इस मोहल्ले में जब आप अंदर आएंगे मेन रोड से समय लगेगा काफ़ी आने में, आपको अंदर तक गाड़ी भी नहीं आएगी। इस तरह की गली है, इस तरह की गली में ऐसे मकान में अगर कोई व्यक्ति रहे तो आप क्या सोच सकते हैं कभी कि कितना गबन उन्होंने किया होगा। तो छुपाने की यहाँ पर कोशिश क्या की गई थी, क्योंकि देखिए मकान में तो ऐसा कुछ लग नहीं रहा है कि बहुत ज़्यादा कुछ पैसा लगाया गया हो, सिर्फ इतना सा एरिया बताया जा रहा है। ये टाइल वाला मकान है, ब्लू कलर की ग्रिल्स है, जहाँ पर टिन्नू यादव और उनका परिवार रहा करता था। अभी भी उनका परिवार यहीं पर रह रहा है। तो इस पर देखिए और भी अपडेट्स और भी इनपुट्स हम निकालने की कोशिश करते हैं। अगर यहाँ पर नेबर्स से बात हो पाए कि किस तरह का उनका रहन सहन था, कैसे गैजेट्स का इस्तेमाल करते थे, क्या कपड़े पहना करते थे, क्या चेंजेस कितने आए थे, पहले किस तरह से रहा करते थे, ट्रस्ट से जुड़ने के बाद किस तरह से रहने लगे थे, उन चेंजेस को लेकर भी लगातार हमारी तफ्तीश यहाँ पर जारी है।
And now, viewers, as the probe in the case continues, VHP International President and Senior Advocate Alok Kumar has written a letter to Ayodhya DSP Ashutosh Tiwari over the statements are made by several political leaders, including Arvind Kejriwal, Ram Gopal Yadav, Sanjay Singh, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. And this is on the alleged Ram Mandir donation embezzlement case. Now, Alok Kumar has requested Ayodhya DSP to record their statements, seek the factual basis, the source of their allegations, and also the supporting documents for all the kind of allegations that they have made in this case. So it's a letter written to opposition, a letter in fact by the VHP International President, asking them the source of their allegations and the factual basis for which they have been making these allegations in the Ram Mandir donation theft case. In fact, viewers, as the probe in the case deepens, RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat has also reacted on the Ram Mandir donation case, saying that Rashtriya Swamsevak Sang's position is the same as the stated by RSS General Secretary Dattatreya Hosable, that those guilty must be held accountable, effective steps must be taken to rectify all the shortcomings in management and operations, and also one must not let this incident to be exploited to malign Hindu religion. So that's the larger position that RSS has taken on the Ram Mandir theft case. Let's take a listen to the reaction coming in from RSS Chief.
देखो उनसे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट दिख रहा है, एक स्टेटमेंट आया है दत्ता जी का, वही देखो उनसे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट दिख रहा है।
Now we are shifting focus. A red alert has now been sounded for Mumbai, Thane, Palghar and Konkan belt for the next 24 hours as torrential rains continue to throw normal life out of gear. Forecasters now warn of isolated extremely heavy downpours coupled with damaging gusty winds reaching up to 60 kilometers per hour. So there's been advisory also issued for all the commuters who are stepping outside their house across Maharashtra as rain continues to batter the state. Take a look at this report.
Monsoon fury unleashes over the city as Mumbai and its neighbouring districts are on high alert as torrential rains continue in the region, throwing normal life out of gear on Sunday. The India Meteorological Department has issued a red alert for Mumbai, Thane, Palghar and the Konkan belt. Forecasters warn of isolated extremely heavy downpours coupled with damaging gusty winds reaching up to 60 kilometers per hour. On the roads, key transit points like the Bhandup area are reporting structural damage, including road cave-ins. Meanwhile, flight operations at Mumbai airport remain under close watch as visibility drops. Authorities urge citizens to stay indoors and monitor live updates before stepping out. In the last 24 hours, rainfall was recorded at 183 millimeters in the city area, 185 millimeters in the western suburbs, and 216 millimeters in the eastern suburbs.
And now here's in a crackdown on Meta. The Indian government has now issued a stern notice to Meta on child sexual exploitative and abuse material in paid advertisements on Instagram. Now, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, in fact, has ordered Instagram to disable all the advertisements and content promoting access to child abuse material. The government, in fact, has also demanded a detailed explanation within the next 7 days from Meta regarding the promotion of ads which, in fact, accelerate child abuse on Instagram. My colleague Saurav also joins with more details on this. Saurav, take us through the details of this notice that's now been issued to Meta regarding the promotion of child sexual exploitative and abuse material on Instagram through paid advertisements.
Yes, Ishita. Now, the Ministry of Electronics and Information and Technology has summoned the Meta officials to give their statement that why these kinds of ads were run on their platform in India, as such kind of content which reflects the child sexual abuse. These kind of content is banned in India, and it is a criminal offense according to the digital laws of India. And now, after these kinds of ads were run on the Meta platforms, now the Ministry of Electronic and Information and Technology has come into an action, and they have summoned the officials, and they have also asked them to file a report, a brief report in this case within the 7 days time frame. However, Meta, after being notified regarding this kind of content, they have removed all the URLs and such keywords from their platforms. But the major thing here is that the ministry is seeking a reply from the Meta officials that how such kind of content there are major policies of the Meta in place in which first the content which goes onto the official platforms goes for pre-publishing reviews, how it's kept all these pre-publishing reviews and got on the Meta platforms. So the ministry is seeking the reply from the Meta officials in this regard, and we can see in the coming days that in the 7 days the Meta officials will file an official report in this regard.
All right, Saurav, keep tracking Meta's response in this case as well. And for now, thanks so much for getting us all the details regarding this notice. And now, viewers, members of the Tibetan community in exile gathered in Shimla on Saturday to hold a candlelight peace march and emotional vigil. The demonstration was organized to pay tribute to Tibetan freedom activist Lobga Rangzain, who tragically self-immolated outside the United Nations headquarters in New York on July 2nd in a harrowing protest against Chinese policies in Tibet. Here's a detailed report. Take a look.
Tashidale, this is now very sad that in front of the United Nations, our brother has, did his burned himself for the cause of Tibet. And the good thing and the proud thing that we see is, we don't blast the embassies, or we don't kill anyone, or we don't harm anyone. But we just, sacrifice ourselves for our cause. So this is what he did, our brother, in front of the United Nations. But as I said again, it's very sad for us that United Nations is, is totally blind, seeing the suppression and all the all the brutal that China have done for so long, and that's why he is so desperate, and he just like self burn himself.
How do you see what is your demand now as we see different community gathered here or including monks and all holding a candlelight vigil? On the contrary, when we see His Holiness the Dalai Lama, he has been talking non-violence,
Certainly.
spreading free peace across the globe. But what Tibetan community people are forced to do is killing themselves, doing self-immolation. It is against His Holiness the preachings as well. So how do you see it?
Really see now as I said, as His Holiness has choose the middle way path. So that's why we, all the Tibetans all over the world, we don't go for violence at all. But when we say non-violence, well, we can, just realize them, only then we can hurt ourselves and then show it that yes, how sad we are, and this is the reason. And not only this is the reason, recently on the 1st of July, the Chinese, they have just bring the new bill, which is the ethnic unity law. But this is not only sad for our people in Tibet, but it's a threat for all over the world, for everyone who speaks against China, or he speaks for Tibet, or who speaks about Dalai Lama. So because of to boycott that ethnic law, he just gave his life for that.
会，下面请提问。
谢谢发言人，北京日报记者提问。
有关国家抱守意识形态偏见，出于政治操弄，对中国经济社会发展和人权治理成就视而不见，以偏概全，恶意诋毁中国民族政策，炮制散播虚假信息，粗暴干涉中国内政，破坏中国民族团结，中方对此坚决反对。我们敦促有关国家尊重基本事实，停止散布谎言，停止炒作所谓民族问题，干涉中国内政。我们注意到有关报道，相信有关国家会按照本国法律处理。我们要强调的是，西藏自古以来就是中国领土不可分割的一部分。
So we are Tibetans in exile. We have lost our land in 1959. Since that, we have all moved to India and all the neighboring countries as a refugee. And it has been like 158 martyrs who have sacrificed their body for so that they can gain the attention from the world, from the United Nations, so that they can support us. And right now, on the 2nd July 2026, one of our martyrs, Mr. Lobwa Rangzela, he has self-immolated himself in front of United Nations office in the New York City so that he can gain some attention from the world to support us. And on the top of it, on the 1st of July, the Chinese government has implemented a law. The law is called the Law of Ethnic Unity and Progress, which simply means one country, one language, which means that all the people who are living in Chinese, either they are the mainland people or they are the people in under people occupied by the Chinese government, such as Tibetan, Uyghur Muslims, and some part of Mongolian. We all have to speak Chinese language, be it in the school or be it in the market while doing businesses or during our daily day-to-day livelihood. We have to speak Chinese Mandarin language, which is a kind of sad to us because it clearly shows that they are trying to remove our culture, our religion from the world. Since if you start speaking in Mandarin language, slowly the new generations, because Mandarin will be compulsory in the school, which means the new generation will forget their language, their culture. It slowly means like they are trying to remove the whole nation.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिम। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा सिम।
जीरा सिम, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Man's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover two lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time, and now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job, but it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age. But there's a distinct difference in facial appearance. I'd like to show you a picture of Bhagwant Mann at present, which is about 52, 53 years old. And Bhagwant Mann on the other side at the age of 39, when he was a performer. Well, he is still a performer in a way, but there's a distinct physical difference. A, he's put on a lot of weight. His face is much more puffy. He's older. He's wearing a turban. He was not wearing a turban at that time. Not always, at least. Not always photographed with a turban. And so there's a distinct difference. So if you see the picture of the younger Bhagwant Mann, you'd actually have a blink and miss moment. Is this the same guy, you'd say? We all age, but some people, their appearance changes distinctly between 12 to 13 years. They're almost unrecognizable. And Bhagwant Mann is, fortunately or unfortunately, among those people.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, I am sorry.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show. This is my show. Stop waving to your fans. Be modest. Now everybody look. अरे आप politician हो. आप politician हो. आप ये क्या कर रहे हो? This is too much. आपने बोला humble हो, मैं humble हो रहा हूँ.
You became very famous during Balika Badhu. At that time, there was a huge amount of fame and focus. Right?
There was.
People must be writing about you. The paparazzi would have written about you.
There were no paparazzis at that time.
You're not that old.
No, I mean it. There were no paparazzis.
You were no paparazzi.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello, and a very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV live and breaking with me, Ishita Mitra. Let's cut across to the headlines we're tracking this evening for you. A direct impact of Republic's relentless reporting. The anti-India book glorifying terrorists in Kashmir now withdrawn. 8 officials suspended. Jammu and Kashmir police to treat book controversy as a terror act. Invoke Section 13 of UAPA. Publishers' premises also raided. Anti-terror operations underway in Jammu and Kashmir's Shopian after 2 terrorists were spotted. Area now comprising 7 villages under scanner. Government issues stern notice to Meta on child sexual exploitative and abuse material in paid advertisements on Instagram. Detailed explanation sought within next 7 days. Fresh video emerges from Rawla Court in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir shows Pakistani forces mercilessly shooting at peaceful protesters. Alright, here's our top focus at this hour. Anti-terror operations are underway in Jammu and Kashmir's Shopian district. This is where security forces are engaging in an encounter with 2 terrorists. Now, firing, in fact, has resumed at the encounter site as the operation continues with forces cordoning off the area to track down the terrorists. So these are the live updates we're getting on the anti-terror operation, which is still underway in Jammu and Kashmir's Shopian district. Last night we showed you 2 terrorists which are in fact trapped in this area, and now the entire area covering about 7 villages is under scanner as the firing has now resumed at the encounter site. So those are the visuals of the 2 terrorists which are trapped in this area in fact currently, and the firing has now resumed at the encounter site. This entire operation started last night and has been continuing throughout. Right now, the firing has resumed at the encounter site as the anti-terror op continues in Jammu and Kashmir's Shopian district. So the entire area, which covers about 7 villages, is now under scanner as these 2 terrorists are still trapped in this area. Now, agencies are on their hunt. The hunt for these 2 terrorists is still on as the entire operation continues in Jammu and Kashmir's Shopian district. And right now, viewers, as we get you live updates about this anti-terror operation, the firing we are getting to know has now resumed at the encounter site. So these are the live updates we're getting to know about the entire anti-terror operation, which is underway in Jammu and Kashmir's Shopian district. Now, these are difficult terrains. So using that, terrorists have been able to escape the entire site. But right now, the hunt for those 2 terrorists which are trapped in this area, covering about 7 villages, is on. And in fact, we understand that there was a spotting that took place, due to which the firing has now resumed at the encounter site. So these are the latest details we're fetching at the moment about the anti-terror operation which is underway in Jammu and Kashmir's Shopian district at the moment. We understand there are 2 terrorists which are trapped in this area, the entire area covering about 7 villages. All right, in fact, my colleague Arawat, who's been very closely tracking the entire operation, now joins me with more details. Arawat, take us through the latest that we're picking up about this encounter operation. We understand that 2 terrorists are still trapped in the area.
Yes, absolutely. We are at the same location where we are standing at this moment, and we have seen that the cordon and search operation has been extended to other areas as well. We are reporting from a safe distance at this moment, and you can see these are the deployment of the special operation group of the Jammu and Kashmir police. You can see that the civilian movement has also been restricted in the entire area. All the entry and exit points have been sealed by the Jammu and Kashmir police, CRPF, and other paramilitary security forces. Also, we have seen that the multiple Rashtra rifles are taking part in this. Troopers are also part of this ongoing operation. Also, we have been told that this is the ongoing operation. This operation was launched yesterday after receiving the intelligence briefing. So there is also, we have been told that the terrorists were caught in the CCTV position after we have seen that the entire area has been torn off. We have already seen yesterday late night that the brief exchange of fire took place at this location. We are at the safe location. As you can see here that the CRPF troopers are standing here, as we have seen. Also, the Jammu and Kashmir police is there. We can see that the vehicles of the forces are coming towards this location where the ongoing operation is going on. I'll once repeat again that this is a safe location which we are showing you at this moment, and we have also been told to follow all the precautions. And after we are reporting from at this location, and this is the ongoing operation. Also, we have there is no confirmation that any terrorists have been neutralized so far, but yes, the ongoing operation is going on. Also, we have seen that the more reinforcement has also been sent to this location. And from this very location, there are some kilometers from at this spot. The current operation is. The current operation is underway at this moment. You can see that the forces movement is continuously on the roads where the operation is going on continuously. Also, we have been told that the intelligence agencies has already sounded alert that Jaish and Lashkar is trying to carry out attacks in the Kashmir Valley and Jammu. Then after we have seen that the high alert has been sounded across the Kashmir Valley, as you can see from the another side that the Amarnath Yatra is going.
Right.
The sophisticated vehicles of the Indian Army is there, and you can see that the alertness of the forces is there, and we just need to wait for some more time. How much time on them it takes us, as we have been told that the entire area has been not only this area, but also the nearby areas of this entire area has also been followed up by the joint story forces.
All right, so the entire valley remains on high alert as the terror operation continues against these two terrorists at the moment. Thank you, Rawat, for joining us and getting us all the latest about this encounter, which is still underway in Jammu and Kashmir's Shopian district. Now we are shifting focus as the monsoon fury continues to impact air traffic all across the country. Now we're getting to understand that about 10 domestic and 5 international flights were diverted to Jaipur and Lucknow due to bad weather, heavy rains and strong winds at the Delhi airport. So the air traffic continues to be impacted by the heavy rains and the monsoon fury across the nation, and in the latest about 15 flights have been diverted from the Delhi airport. This includes about 10 domestic flights, 5 international flights have also been diverted. All right, in fact, my colleague Saurav joins us with the latest on this. Saurav, take us through the kind of impact that we're now seeing on the air traffic due to monsoon fury. We understand in total about 15 flights have been diverted from the Delhi airport till now.
Yes, Ishita, a total of 15 flights have been diverted from the Delhi airport, including 10 domestic and 5 international flights. They have been diverted to Lucknow and Jaipur as there is a bad weather in the national capital. The Delhi airport has also issued an advisory regarding this, advising the general people to take Delhi metro and other feasible routes to reach the Delhi airport, as heavy rain accompanied with thunderstorm is currently going on in the national capital, and several of the flights are affected due to this. Many flights have been delayed also because of the bad weather in the national capital, as according to the IMG, moderate rainfall accompanied with thunderstorm has been hit the national capital, and wind speed is currently 40 kilometers to 60 kilometers per hour. And now according to the sources, 15 flights have been diverted, including 10 domestic flights and 5 international flights from the Delhi airport, Ishita.
All right, thanks, Saurav, for joining us and getting us the latest on how air traffic is now getting impacted due to monsoon fury. Thanks so much. And now we are shifting focus to what is unfolding in Maharashtra at the moment. Now we're looking at another life being lost due to civic apathy. Now in the latest, we understand a tree fell on a shop in Naupara near Hindi BMC school. This took place in Kurla. Now one injured person in fact was shifted to Fauziya hospital, but unfortunately, as per the information received from the hospital, Eunice Kundwala, aged 63-year-old, was in fact declared broad dead. So we are understanding that another life has now been lost due to a tree falling on this individual who was aged 63 years old, Eunice Kunawala. And this is, remember, not the first kind of incident that has come to light from Mumbai. We had earlier 11-year-old Vihan also losing his life in a very similar manner when a tree fell on a school van. A child lost his life and several other children were also injured. And in another similar incident, today we are getting to know that Yunus Kundwala, aged 63 years old, has also lost his life in a similar incident. In fact, my colleague Revati also joins me with more details on this. Revati, we are looking at several such incidents coming to life from across Mumbai, and this time again, another life has been lost due to civic apathy. Give us more details on this.
Right, as you rightly mentioned that today there are many incidents of tree falling in Mumbai, and the reason behind it is that the red alert which is issued by the INDI and the air which is the speed of the air, according to the alert issued by IMD and BMC today, the speed of the air.
BMC today, the speed of the air is going to be 55 to 60 kilometers per hour, and according to the latest update by BMC, it was 72.75 kilometers per hour. And this has now led to the major tree falling incidents all over Mumbai, and the incident which is reported in Kurla West, which claimed the life of 63-year-old. It is almost 10th or 15th incident which is reported in Mumbai right now. The tree fell on a shop, and due to which a 63-year-old person was injured and he was rushed to Fawzia Hospital, and there he was declared brought dead. This is the incident which has claimed a life of 63-year-old, and this is not the first incident, because a few days ago we also saw when a tree fell on a school bus, a 11-year-old boy lost his life. And today, according to the BMC, there is a red alert, and also at 3:22 p.m. we are expecting high tide. We can see that a high tide is expected today, and that's how exactly the sea is looking. There's an alert for there's an alert, and also the citizens are asked not to get out of their house if there's no emergency. You can currently look
Revati, I'll request you to not venture close to that boundary, in fact. Right. Revati, now I understand there is a red alert in place in Mumbai, but monsoon fury is not something that is new to the city. We have seen such fury, in fact, even before. The big question is the city prepared to handle this? Is the civic maintenance on? Because we have seen multiple such deaths have now been reported, and these are all avoidable deaths, avoidable catastrophe, which continue to come to light due to civic apathy. So at large, how do you look at the city's preparedness to handle a monsoon like this?
Right, as you rightly mentioned, this is a civic apathy, and if the question is about the city's preparedness, about the monsoon, it is clearly evident that city is not really prepared for the monsoons, because currently if we are looking at the incidents which are reported all over Mumbai, there is the infrastructure has collapsed, and also there are many trees which are 60 to 70-year-old, and in the survey it was pretty much evident that these trees might fall, because currently the speed of the air is so much that the trees are literally falling on every other road. So it is claiming life. Not only the tree falling incident, but also the most important thing here to be noted is that 2 to 3 days ago we also reported on Republic, we saw that a man fell into an open drainage line where the lid was open and there was no security measures taken. So this is the condition of current, this is the condition in Mumbai right now. So the question of accountability is there, and also the question of pre-monsoon works is also is there. Over to you.
Right, of course, so Revati, we are looking at trees felling on individuals, killing them. There are waterlogged streets all across Mumbai. We are looking at, in fact, people falling into open drains and losing their lives. Situation clearly renders some questions to be asked from the administration at the moment. And on that note, thanks, Revati, for joining us. Be safe, and we'll continue to come back to you for more updates on this. Now we are shifting focus to another big news that we're tracking at the moment. A major humanitarian emergency is now unfolding at Malé in Maldives. This is where about 20 Indian seafarers remain stranded in life-threatening conditions amid rough seas and worsening safety protocols. Now, viewers, according to reports, the entire crew has been left without adequate water, food, fuel and other essential supplies, raising serious concerns over their survival at the moment. In fact, the crisis has now worsened as the vessel has reportedly lost its anchor, and an urgent appeals have now been made to the Government of India, the Indian High Commission in Malé and all concerned officials to launch an immediate humanitarian response. The union has also demanded urgent delivery of food, drinking water, fuel, medical assistance, a payment of outstanding wages and the safe repatriation of all the 20 Indian seafarers. In fact, the stranded crew has released a distress video as well, pleading for immediate rescue and warning that their lives are currently in danger. Let's take a look at that video that Republic, in fact, has accessed exclusively.
Authorities we have two vessels here, first of KG1 and secondary of KL1. We are stuck here for 2 months and we are already contacted with the ITF and we are confirmly informed to ITF, Ministry and foreign ministries, Indian Embassy, everywhere. We need urgently release, urgently provision, everything we need. But nobody here. I complained to ITF also that Indian Embassy also and their customs didn't listen us. Our owner in Malé only, but our owner need agency. Then customs, I don't know why customs didn't approval to that agency, local agency. We need agent. After that, our agent will provide us provision, anchor, everything. So please, this is humble request. Malé anchorage. Thank you.
All right, so that's the distress call video that's now been released by Indian sailors who continue to remain stranded off the coast of Maldives. And right now, what it looks like, the situation continues to worsen for them as they ask for urgent delivery of food and other essentials as well. Now here's another big breaking news coming to light as the probe in Ram Mandir donation case continues. Of VHP International President and Senior Advocate Alok Kumar has now written a letter to Ayodhya DSP Ashutosh Tiwari. Now the letter is over the statements of several political leaders including Arvind Kejriwal, Ram Gopal Yadav, Sanjay Singh, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra over their alleged statements made on the Ram Mandir embezzlement case. Now Alok Kumar has requested Ayodhya DSP to record their statements, seek the factual basis on which they have been making these allegations, the source of their allegations as well as the supporting documents for all the allegations that they have levelled so far. In fact, we have a reaction coming in from VHP International President Alok Kumar. Let's take a listen.
झूठ है, उन्होंने पब्लिक इंटरव्यू में ही ऐसा बोला था।
तो मुझे क्या करना है इसमें? हमने तो कहा है कि पूरी जांच करो, जितने आरोप हैं उतनी जांच करो। अब कोई उसको चोरी कहे, कोई उसको लूट कहे, कोई उसको डकैती कहे, जांच से ही मालूम पड़ेगा कि क्या हुआ है। इसलिए नृपेंद्र मिश्रा जी की बात पर मुझे कोई टिप्पणी करने की जरूरत नहीं है।
राम मंदिर टेम्पल ट्रस्ट की एक बैठक भी स्केड्यूल्ड है सर, कल ये बैठक स्केड्यूल्ड है, क्या कुछ इस मीटिंग में रहने वाला है? चूंकि चंपत राय जी के इस्तीफे की भी तमाम बातचीत आ रही है, और क्या उनकी मौजूदगी भी रह सकती है?
मुझे दोनों बातें नहीं पता, किसी ट्रस्टी से आपको पूछना होगा। उसका एजेंडा उन्होंने तय किया है, उसकी कार्रवाई वो करेंगे। हमको इसकी कोई जानकारी अभी नहीं है कि बैठक में क्या होगा।
विश्व हिंदू परिषद की केंद्रीय समिति की भी बैठक स्केड्यूल्ड थी सर, केंद्रीय प्रबंध समिति की बैठक स्केड्यूल्ड थी अयोध्या में, उसको शिफ्ट करना पड़ा उसका वेन्यू, अब दिल्ली में ये बैठक प्रस्तावित है सर। ऐसा क्यों करना पड़ा? कई लोग इस पर सवाल खड़े कर रहे हैं कि अयोध्या से दिल्ली शिफ्ट किया गया।
हम बैठक यहाँ करें कि वहाँ करें, इस पर क्या सवाल खड़ा होता है। पर ये तो है कि जून में वहाँ मीटिंग होने वाली थी, वहाँ के घटनाक्रम के कारण लॉजिस्टिक्स में कुछ डिफिकल्टीज हुई, पोस्टपोन किया, अब दिल्ली में कर रहे हैं। तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि किसी को हमें ये राय देने या पूछने का अधिकार है कि विश्व हिंदू परिषद अपनी बैठक अयोध्या में।
All right, viewers, while the VHP leader is now asking for an investigation into the allegations made by these opposition leaders, these opposition leaders have also come out and reacted on this demand made by the VHP leader, including AAP MP Sanjay Singh. Let's take a listen to his reaction.
कि राम के काम में भी भेदभाव। निपेंद्र मिश्रा जी ने कहा चोरी नहीं डकैती हुई है, उनका नाम नोटिस में क्यों नहीं है? महिपाल सिंह जो विश्व हिंदू परिषद और आरएसएस के कार्यकर्ता हैं, जिन्होंने बताया कि हमारे सामने चढ़ावे में चोरी हुई और हमने इसकी सूचना चंपत राय और उनके सहयोगी गोपाल राव को दी, उनका नाम इस नोटिस में क्यों नहीं है? विनय कटियार जो कह रहे हैं वहां चोरी हो रही है, बेईमानी हो रही है, उनका नाम नोटिस में क्यों नहीं है? क्यों नहीं है? रजनीश सिंह जिस व्यक्ति ने, जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का पूर्व मीडिया प्रभारी है, जिसने सबसे पहले पत्र लिखा इस पूरे मामले में, चढ़ावे चोरी के मामले में, उनका नाम क्यों नहीं है? स्वामी और मुक्तेश्वरानंद जी, शंकराचार्य जी ने भी बयान दिया है, उनसे भी साक्ष्य उनके पास भी जो है वो भी दे। बताइए ना। वहां के संत महात्मा धर्मदास जी, उनका नाम क्यों नहीं है? महंत धर्मदास जी का नाम क्यों नहीं है? इसका मतलब ये विश्व हिंदू परिषद की जो चिट्ठी है ये राजनीति से प्रेरित है, लेकिन फिर भी उन्होंने लिखा है। तो जब भी वहां का आईओ मुझे बुलाएगा, मैं तो 5 साल से इंतजार कर रहा हूं। 2021 में भी मैंने शिकायत की थी, तहरीर दी थी, 2021 में भी तहरीर दी थी मैंने कि भैया वहां भ्रष्टाचार हो रहा है, इसकी जांच कर लो। 2 करोड़ की जमीन 18.5 करोड़ में खरीदी उसी दिन, कुछ मिनट के बाद। तब आलोक कुमार जी नहीं जागे, तब आलोक कुमार जी ने कोई साक्ष्य नहीं मांगा, क्योंकि वो सारे साक्ष्य जो है मैंने फिर एसआईटी को जाके दे दिया। 5 साल कोई कार्रवाई नहीं की, ये लोग कुछ नहीं बोले। तो अभी इतने सारे लोग, ट्रस्ट का खुद का व्यक्ति, भाई ट्रस्ट के अध्यक्ष नित्य गोपाल दास जी के उत्तराधिकारी कमल नयन दास जी कह रहे हैं ये लोग चोर हैं, बेईमान हैं, उनके बयान हैं। उनको नोटिस भेजा आलोक कुमार जी ने? कहीं देखा हो तो आप दिखाइए। तो इसलिए कि हम किसी राजनीतिक दल से जुड़े हुए हैं, आम आदमी पार्टी से जुड़े हुए हैं, इसलिए हम इनको पत्र लिख के हवाई दिखाएंगे कि देखिए साहब हम कितने बहादुर हैं। कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, आपने पत्र भेजा है। मैं सुबह से सैकड़ों लोगों से बात कर चुका, सुबह से मैं लगातार फोन पे हूं, अपनी टीम को भी मैंने लगा दिया है। जो साक्ष्य आपके पास हैं चलिए, अब हो सकता है आईओ बुला लेगा, सबको ले चल के जाके वहां बताएंगे किससे कितना पैसा लिया था, कितना चांदी लिया था, कितना सोना लिया था, किसको किसको रसीद नहीं मिली। हमने बात कर ली है सब लोगों से।
All right, viewers, so as politics continues in this case, investigation is also now rapidly building up. We today, in fact, had the circle officer of Ayodhya, Ashutosh Tiwari, reaching the district jail in Ayodhya to question the 5 accused involved in this case. Here's a ground report filed by my colleague Gaurav on the same. Take a look.
अयोध्या जिला कारागृह में इस वक्त जो सीओ है वो पहुंचे हैं। साफ तौर पर ये टीम जो है यहाँ पर आई है पूछताछ के लिए। 5 आरोपी जो चंदा चोरी के मामले में जेल के अंदर है, उनसे पूछताछ हो रही है। आपको बता दें, इससे पहले अविनाश शुक्ला से पूछताछ हुई थी, उसके बाद उसकी पीसीआर ली गई थी, और अब साफ तौर पर ये देखिए जो 5 आरोपी अन्य हैं उनसे जो पूछताछ है वो की जाएगी। इसी के चलते आज जो यहाँ पे टीम है वो यहाँ पर पहुंची है। साफ आपको बता दें कि अनुकल्प मिश्रा, लवकुश मिश्रा, रामशंकर यादव और टिन्नू, करुणेश पांडे, मनीष यादव, इन 5 से पूछताछ होगी। उसके बाद एक एक करके इनकी जो पीसीआर है वो भी पुलिस लेगी। लेकिन साफ तौर पर जिला कारागार अयोध्या में जो अयोध्या की पुलिस की टीम है वो पहुंच गई, खुद सीओ जो है वो पहुंचे हैं, और उसके साथ ही अंदर अब जो पूछताछ है वो की जाएगी। चूंकि इस पूरे मामले से जुड़े कई ऐसे अहम साक्ष्य थे जो कि अविनाश शुक्ला की पीसीआर के दौरान उसने बताए, जिसकी निशानदेही पर अब जो टीम है वो यहाँ पहुंची है और अंदर लगातार उससे जो पूछताछ है वो की जाएगी। 5 आरोपियों को आमने सामने बैठाकर उनका आमना सामना कराया जाएगा, उनसे पूछताछ की जाएगी। इसके बाद ही इस पूरे केस में, क्योंकि एक के बाद एक लगातार जो डेवलपमेंट है वो देखने को मिल रहा है।
All right, viewers, the interrogation continues in Ram Mandir theft case. The 5 individuals which are all set to be questioned by the CEO Ayodhya include Anukalp Mishra, Lavkush Mishra, Ramshankar Yadav, Karunesh Pandey and Manish Yadav. So these are 5 out of the total 8 accused are presently lodged in Ayodhya district jail and are in fact being questioned by the CEO, the circle officer Ashutosh Tiwari, as investigation now deepens in Ram Mandir Ayodhya case. In fact, previously the police had also interrogated another accused, Avinash, in jail itself, and now the other 5 accused are also all set to be questioned. With that, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up right after a commercial break, government now issues stern notice to Meta child sexual exploitation and abuse material in paid advertisements on Instagram. Detailed explanation demanded in next 7 days. Getting you all the details on that very notice issued to Meta. On the other side, stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk tonight about an incident where an FIR got registered against 4 people. This is an incident which has happened in Madhya Pradesh, in Ujjain, and there is this strange video which shows a van suspended about 40 feet in the air. And it's suspended with a crane, some kind of a huge big crane. And there are explosives which are put inside this van, and then the van is detonated. Watch this very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. This is apparently during a Muharram procession, where the organizers fill a car with explosives, lift it 40 feet in the air with explosives, put a
Hello and a very warm welcome to our estate. My name is Nayan. And from a decade of India's biggest real estate reforms to new housing opportunities, evolving urban policies and latest innovations shaping modern homes, it's been an eventful week for the sector. Now, here's what we have for you in this edition. 10 years after RERA, we assess how the landmark legislation has transformed India's real estate landscape and whether it has delivered on its promise of transparency and accountability. Also, the Lucknow Development Authority has launched over 3,100 newly residential plots. We bring you everything prospective home buyers need to know. Also, we decode Delhi's new slum rehabilitation policy that aims to provide housing for nearly 4 lakh families and could reshape the capital's affordable housing landscape.
10 years ago, India's real estate sector witnessed its biggest regulatory overhaul. Before RERA, delayed possession, lack of transparency and project uncertainty had become common concerns for home buyers. In 2016, the Real Estate Regulation and Development Act set out to change that by making developers more accountable and giving buyers a legal framework to protect their interests. A decade later, the Indian property market looks very different. Thousands of projects have been registered under RERA across states. Dispute resolution has become faster and transparency around project approvals, timelines and financial disclosures has significantly improved. While implementation continues to vary from state to state, RERA is widely regarded as one of the most transformative reforms in India's real estate sector. But has RERA fully delivered on its promise? Have home buyers become more confident? And what should the next decade of reforms look like? The Lucknow Development Authority has announced the launch of more than 3,100 residential plots across multiple housing schemes, aiming to meet the growing demand for planned urban development in the city. The new inventory is expected to cater to a wide range of home buyers, from first-time buyers looking to build their own homes to long-term investors seeking opportunities in one of North India's fastest-growing real estate markets. The move comes as Lucknow continues to benefit from rapid infrastructure development, including expressways, metro connectivity, and expanding commercial corridors, all of which are driving residential demand. With planned layouts, improved civic infrastructure, and government-backed development, these new plots could further strengthen Lucknow's position as an emerging real estate destination. As supply enters the market, the key question remains, will it be enough to meet the city's growing housing aspirations? Delhi is preparing for one of its most ambitious urban housing initiatives in recent years. The proposed slum rehabilitation policy aims to provide formal housing to nearly 4 lakh families living in informal settlements across the national capital. The objective is not only to improve living conditions but also to accelerate planned urban redevelopment while creating better access to civic infrastructure and public services. If implemented effectively, the policy could reshape large parts of Delhi's urban landscape, balancing redevelopment with rehabilitation. However, questions remain around funding, execution timelines, rehabilitation models, and ensuring that livelihoods are protected during the transition. Can Delhi strike the right balance between redevelopment and rehabilitation? And could this become a model for other Indian cities facing similar housing challenges?
Luxury homes today are no longer defined simply by a larger apartment, premium amenity or a prime location. A new segment is rapidly gaining momentum. Branded residences, where developers collaborate with globally renowned hospitality, fashion and luxury brands to deliver a curated lifestyle experience. From exclusive services and signature interiors to a promise of high brand value, these projects are redefining premium living. But do they truly offer something different, or is it simply smart marketing with a luxury price tag? Our ground report takes a closer look.
Welcome to Noida, a city that has rapidly transformed into one of India's fastest growing luxury real estate destinations. With world-class expressways, expanding metro connectivity, the upcoming Jewar International Airport, and a growing base of entrepreneurs, professionals, and global investors, Noida is witnessing a new phase of premium housing. And leading this transformation is the arrival of branded residences. The project brings together Gulshan's development expertise with the legacy of the Taj brand, one of India's most trusted names in luxury hospitality. The focus extends beyond premium apartments to curated living experiences, personalized services, professional property management, and hospitality-inspired amenities designed to elevate everyday life.
Noida, if we talk about, has been trying to be a hub for luxury for over 20 years. But somehow, with one reason or the other, Noida was not able to achieve that status. I think with the latest government innovations that have brought into the sector, with the new launches of Jewar Airport, Film City, and these announcements, with more and more developers flocking from different parts of the country to Noida, and more HNIs flocking towards finding a livelihood in Noida, it's but natural. The pent-up demand had to rise. So what you are seeing in Noida is not a story of 2026. It is a pent-up demand which is coming out from 2006. It is what we had been waiting for the last 20 years, that now Noida is finally at par with the rest of the country, and I'm very excited. Noida had always been in the planning stage, and during COVID and demonetization, we experienced a massive cleanup of Noida. Jitne bhi unstructured and informal kind of setups the developers they have been wiped out, because now is the market of only professional companies to stand, which are work with systems, work with governments, work with stakeholders, and grow in a very systematic professional way. Today is not the culture of a if I may say, the Lala houses anymore. Today you have to be a professional company to be able to survive, not just in Noida but in any real estate locality geography. And that wiping happened, plus the infrastructural advancement happened. I mean, look at the expressway. Isn't it the most gorgeous road in Delhi? It never has waterlogging. It never has a jam-packed traffic jam. We can see the greenery every day. Why not? Why wouldn't people flock here? The air is cleaner, the greenery is better, the roads are wider. The people will get there.
Then there's Smart World by Eli Saab. Known globally for timeless couture and sophisticated design, the Eli Saab brand brings its signature aesthetic into architecture and interiors. From grand entrance lobbies to elegant living spaces and premium finishes, the emphasis is on creating homes that reflect international luxury standards and distinctive design. Another landmark project is M3M Trump Towers, Noida, where the globally recognized Trump brand is associated with ultra-premium living. Large residences, exclusive amenities, private services, and iconic branding are aimed at buyers looking for exclusivity and international recognition. For many high net worth individuals, these projects represent not just a luxury address, but also a statement asset. Industry experts believe branded residences also tend to command stronger resale value and rental demand. The combination of a trusted global brand, superior construction standards, professional management, and limited inventory often makes these projects attractive to both end users and long-term investors. As Noida continues to evolve into a major business and infrastructure hub, Demand for internationally benchmarked housing is expected to grow further.
The biggest shift in Indian real estate today isn't about new projects, rising prices, it's about who's funding the sector. And for the first time in years, domestic institutional capital is taking the lead over foreign investment. What does this changing capital landscape mean for the future of real estate and for home buyers? Ashwinder Raj Singh ji explains this in the Clarity Corner. Take a look.
For nearly 2 decades, Indian real estate waited for one thing: foreign money. FII, FDI, global funds flying in from London, from New York, and from Singapore. For years, that was the validation the market looked for. Foreign capital arriving was seen as a stamp of confidence in India's growth story. The story has now evolved. For the third consecutive quarter, domestic institutional investment has overtaken foreign investment in Indian real estate. Not marginally, decisively. Pension funds, insurance capital, family offices, alternative investment funds, all Indian, all domestic, are now standing shoulder to shoulder with global capital for the country's most premium assets. Now let that sink in. The market that once depended on validation from outside is now generating that validation from within. And that is worth pausing on, because this did not happen by accident. It happened because the fundamentals were built deliberately over the last decade. RERA brought transparency that gave domestic institutions the confidence to commit long-term capital. SEBI's reforms around REIT and AIFs created regulated, credible vehicles for the capital to flow through, and policy consistency around GST, around infrastructure spend, around ease of doing business gave Indian pension funds and insurance companies a reason to finally treat real estate as a serious, long-term duration asset class, not a speculative one. Now, this is a genuine institutional success story. Regulator, policymaker, and industry each played a part in building a market domestic capital could trust. So here is the real question. Is this India's real estate market simply maturing the way every advanced economy eventually does, where domestic institutional money becomes the backbone of the market? Or is there also a second factor at play, global capital recalibrating, given rate uncertainty and geopolitical noise worldwide, with domestic capital stepping up to meet that moment? Likely, it is both. And that is not a contradiction. It is how markets mature. Domestic capital doesn't just replace foreign capital opportunistically. It builds staying power. It compounds. It holds through cycles that used to see capital flow out the moment global sentiments shifted. Thus, resilience is good news for the market and especially for India. Now, the more nuanced part. This capital is flowing predominantly into premium and branded developer inventory, the same segment where demand and pricing power are strongest today. Which means Indian institutional capital and the retail home buyer are, at times, looking at the same shelf of premium homes. Now, that is not a flaw in the system. It is a natural feature of a market moving up the value curve. And it is exactly why the industry developers and regulators together are also working to expand supply in the mid and the affordable segments, so that growth at the top does not come at the cost of access lower down. That balance between deepening institutional confidence and preserving affordability is the real work ahead. And it is work this entire ecosystem, regulator and industry together is already engaged in. I am Ashwinder Raj Singh and this is Clarity Corner.
This week, we compare Haryana's two key housing models, Huda and DDJA. Explain the legal difference between a registry and a GPA. Let's listen in to my colleague Nitin.
Thank you, Nain. On today's Market Watch segment, if you're planning to buy a plot in Haryana, chances are you've heard these two names, HSVP and DDJAY. Now both offer plotted developments, but they are built on very different models. We begin with a simple question: which is better for the state of Haryana? Is it HSVP or DDJAY? While both offer plotted developments, they're designed for very different buyers. Here's a closer look.
If you are planning to invest in Haryana, you have likely heard of Huda and DDJAY. But while both offer plotted developments, they cater to very different buyers. Huda, now known as HSVP, develops government-planned residential sectors with wider roads, public infrastructure and long-term urban planning. These plots are often preferred by end users looking for established neighborhoods. On the other hand, the Deen Dayal Jan Awas Yojana or DDJAY encourages private developers to build low-rise, plotted communities with independent floors and modern amenities. These projects are typically located in emerging growth corridors and offer relatively affordable entry points. So, which is the better choice? If you're looking for mature infrastructure and government-developed sectors, HSVP may be the right fit. But if you are seeking newer communities with lower investment thresholds and higher growth potential, DDJAY could be worth considering. Ultimately, the right choice depends on your budget, investment horizon and purpose of purchase.
When buying a property, the biggest investment that you make is not just the money you pay, but also the ownership that you receive. Now, what becomes extremely crucial for every home buyer across the country to know about is the difference between two things, sales deed and a GPA. Now, but getting this wrong could have serious both financial and legal consequences for the home buyer. So now let's take a look, viewers, at what's extremely important for every home buyer across the country to know about.
Buying a property doesn't end with signing an agreement. It begins with getting the ownership right. Many buyers still confuse a registered sale deed with a general power of attorney or GPA, but legally they are not the same. A registered sale deed transfers ownership of the property and establishes the buyer as the lawful owner. A GPA, on the other hand, only authorizes another person to act on someone's behalf. It does not automatically transfer ownership. Following key Supreme Court rulings, property transactions based solely on GPA are not treated as valid sales except in specific legal circumstances. That's why experts recommend verifying title documents, checking registration records, and ensuring every transaction is backed by a properly executed sale deed before making a purchase. Because in real estate, paperwork is just as important as the property itself.
Design and technology continue to redefine the way we experience our homes. In What's New, we look at the growing trend of acoustic interior architecture. As modern lifestyle evolves, sound is becoming an important element of home design. Here's how quieter spaces are shaping the homes of the future.
For years, luxury homes were defined by marble floors, grand chandeliers and designer furniture. Today, the definition of luxury is becoming quite literally. Welcome to the world of acoustic interior architecture, where homes are being designed not just for aesthetics, but for silence. As cities grow denser and hybrid work becomes the norm, homeowners are placing a premium on spaces that reduce noise, improve focus, and create a greater sense of calm. From acoustic wall panels and sound-absorbing ceilings to upholstered surfaces, insulated glass, and hidden insulation systems, developers and designers are building homes that sound as good as they look. The trend is particularly visible in premium residences, luxury offices, and wellness-focused developments, where sound control has become an integral part of the design process, not an afterthought. Because in today's real estate market, luxury is no longer measured only by square feet or skyline views. It's also measured in decibels. And sometimes the most expensive feature in a home is the sound of silence.
That's all that we have for you in this edition of Our Estate. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back with more stories, sharper insights, everything that's shaping India's real estate sector. Until then, I am Nayan. Stay tuned. Goodbye.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwan Man's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover 2 lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time. And now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job. But it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age. But there's a distinct difference in facial appearance. I'd like to show you a picture of Bhagwant Mann at present, which is about 52, 53 years old. And Bhagwant Mann on the other side at the age of 39, when he was a performer. Well, he is still a performer in a way, but there's a distinct physical difference. A, he's put on a lot of weight. His face is much more puffy. He's older. He's wearing a turban. He was not wearing a turban at that time. Not always, at least. Not always photographed with a turban. And so there's a distinct difference. So if you see the picture of the younger Bhagwant Mann, you'd actually have a blink and miss moment. Is this the same guy, you'd say? We all age, but some people, their appearance changes distinctly between 12 to 13 years. They're almost unrecognizable. And Bhagwant Mann is, fortunately or unfortunately, among those people. Now, what Bhagwant Mann is trying to say is, the guy you see in the pictures, in the sacrilege video, is not me. And he's banking on the fact that he looks different now. Now look at the picture on the left-hand side, the younger Bhagwant Mann. And look at the pictures on the right-hand side, which is the sacrilege video of 2014, 13 years back, of a younger Bhagwant Mann. And now they look much more similar, don't they? In fact, the more you go close up, you'll find it's probably the same guy. Now, Bhagwant Mann's argument can be privately to some people that if I did something sacrilegious 13 years back, why is it being picked up now? His detractors say it doesn't matter. You did something very bad. Now to cover himself up, I'll go to the second set of pictures now, which will be of the first original video and the video he's released. In the first original video, Bhagwant Mann is seen doing something terrible, disrespectful, and sprinkling alcohol on pictures of Sikh gurus. And that's the original video. Today, for some strange reason, Bhagwant Mann has come out with his own video. And God knows where he's got this actor from. It seems he's got an actor who's shown in doing some of the same kind of things. And then he's saying that this person in the video is not me. Hello, wake up, Bhagwant Mann, wake up. This is your own video. You made this video. This is the stupidest thing anyone can do. To hire an actor, try to recreate the original visual, which you deny, and claim that the visual in the video which you have made is not you. Of course it's not you. Bhagwant Mann, let's not be foolish here. You got an actor to do this. And now you're saying the actor has a silicone gel put on him. But where the hell did this video come from, Bhagwant Mann? Are you stinging yourself? Are you being so foolish, so stupid that you've done a sting operation on yourself? Or is it that you hired an actor, Bhagwant Mann, that you hired an actor to...
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, I am sorry.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show. This is my show. Stop waving to your fans. Be modest. Now everybody look. अरे आप politician हो. आप politician हो. आप ये क्या कर रहे हो? This is too much.
आपने बोला humble हो, मैं humble हो रहा हूँ.
You became very famous during Balika Badhu. At that time, there was a huge amount of fame and focus. Right?
There was.
People must be writing about you. The paparazzi would have written about you.
There were no paparazzis at that time.
You're not that old. Don't
No, I mean it. There were no paparazzi.
You were no paparazzi at that time.
There were no paparazzis.
This has happened now? There was no Viral Bayani then?
Back then, it was just,
What do you...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
The top headlines today. A direct impact of Republic's relentless reporting. The anti-India book glorifying terrorists in Kashmir has been withdrawn and 8 officials suspended. Jammu and Kashmir Police to treat book controversy as a terror act. Invokes Section 13 of the Unlawful Actions Prevention Act. Publishers' premises raided. Anti-terror operation underway in Jammu and Kashmir Shopian after 2 terrorists were spotted in Mandir area comprised of 7 villages. Government issues stern notice to Meta on child sexual exploitative and abuse material in paid ads on Instagram. Detailed explanation demanded in 7 days. Fresh video emerges from Rawalkot in POK, shows Pakistani forces mercilessly shooting at peaceful protesters. Hello viewers, a very good afternoon. The Republic School of Journalism, India's most sought after live learning program, has now opened applications for its 2026 batch. RS Day was launched with a single mission: to train the next generation of journalists, not in classrooms but on the field, live as news breaks, covering elections, wars and the biggest stories of our times, under the direct mentorship of India's best journalists at the Republic Media Network. And the results speak for themselves. 100% of students from RSJ's inaugural batch are now placed working in newsrooms. The new batch begins this August, and aspiring journalists can apply online at www.republicschoolofjournalism.com or call 836-999-5400 to know more. And viewers, we start with a major story now. As the probe in the Ram Mandir donation case continues, VHP International President and Senior Advocate Alok Kumar wrote a letter to Ayodhya DSP Ashutosh Tiwari over the statements of several political leaders, including Arvind Kejriwal, Ram Gopal Yadav, Sanjay Singh, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, on the alleged Ram Mandir donation embezzlement case. Now, Alok Kumar has requested Ayodhya DSP to record their statements, seeking the factual basis of the source of their allegations and supporting documents for their allegations as well. We have some statements and reactions coming in on this. Let's listen to them.
कि राम के काम में भी भेदभाव। निपेंद्र मिश्रा जी ने कहा चोरी नहीं डकैती हुई है, उनका नाम नोटिस में क्यों नहीं है? महिपाल सिंह, जो विश्व हिंदू परिषद और आरएसएस के कार्यकर्ता हैं, जिन्होंने बताया कि हमारे सामने चढ़ावे में चोरी हुई और हमने इसकी सूचना चंपत राय और उनके सहयोगी गोपाल राव को दी, उनका नाम इस नोटिस में क्यों नहीं है? विनय कटियार जो कह रहे हैं वहां चोरी हो रही है, बेईमानी हो रही है, उनका नाम नोटिस में क्यों नहीं है? क्यों नहीं है? रजनीश सिंह, जिस व्यक्ति ने, जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का पूर्व मीडिया प्रभारी है, जिसने सबसे पहले पत्र लिखा इस पूरे मामले में, चढ़ावे चोरी के मामले में, उनका नाम क्यों नहीं है? स्वामी और मुक्तेश्वरानंद जी, शंकराचार्य जी ने भी बयान दिया है, उनसे भी साक्ष्य उनके पास भी जो है वो भी दे। बताइए ना। वहां के संत महात्मा धर्मदास जी, उनका नाम क्यों नहीं है? महंत धर्मदास जी का नाम क्यों नहीं है? इसका मतलब ये विश्व हिंदू परिषद की जो चिट्ठी है ये राजनीति से प्रेरित है, लेकिन फिर भी उन्होंने लिखा है। तो जब भी वहां का आईओ मुझे बुलाएगा, मैं तो 5 साल से इंतजार कर रहा हूं। 2021 में भी मैंने शिकायत की थी, तहरीर दी थी, 2021 में भी तहरीर दी थी मैंने कि भैया वहां भ्रष्टाचार हो रहा है, इसकी जांच कर लो। 2 करोड़ की जमीन 18.5 करोड़ में खरीदी उसी दिन, कुछ मिनट के बाद। तब आलोक कुमार जी नहीं जागे, तब आलोक कुमार जी ने कोई साक्ष्य नहीं मांगा, क्योंकि वो सारे साक्ष्य जो है मैंने फिर एसआईटी को जाके दे दिया। 5 साल कोई कार्रवाई नहीं की, ये लोग कुछ नहीं बोले। तो अभी इतने सारे लोग, ट्रस्ट का खुद का व्यक्ति, भाई ट्रस्ट के अध्यक्ष नित्य गोपाल दास जी के उत्तराधिकारी कमल नयन दास जी कह रहे हैं ये लोग चोर हैं, बेईमान हैं, उनके बयान हैं। उनको नोटिस भेजा आलोक कुमार जी ने, कहीं देखा हो तो आप दिखाइए। तो इसलिए कि हम किसी राजनीतिक दल से जुड़े हुए हैं, आम आदमी पार्टी से जुड़े हुए हैं, इसलिए हम इनको पत्र लिख के हवाई दिखाएंगे कि देखिए साहब हम कितने बहादुर हैं। कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, आपने पत्र भेजा है। मैं सुबह से सैकड़ों लोगों से बात कर चुका, सुबह से मैं लगातार फोन पे हूं, अपनी टीम को भी मैंने लगा दिया है। जो साक्ष्य आपके पास हैं चलिए, अब हो सकता है आईओ बुला लेगा, सबको ले चल के जाके वहां बताएंगे किससे कितना पैसा लिया था, कितना चांदी लिया था, कितना सोना लिया था, किसको किसको रसीद नहीं मिली। हमने बात कर ली है सब लोगों से।
And viewers, let us also take a look at this ground report filed by my colleague from outside Ayodhya District Jail, where Ayodhya Circle Officer Ashutosh Tiwari is currently interrogating the 5 accused. Let's take a look.
अयोध्या जिला कारागृह में इस वक्त जो सीओ है वो पहुंचे हैं। साफ तौर पर ये टीम जो है यहाँ पर आई है पूछताछ के लिए। 5 आरोपी जो चंदा चोरी के मामले में जेल के अंदर है, उनसे पूछताछ हो रही है। आपको बता दें, इससे पहले अविनाश शुक्ला से पूछताछ हुई थी, उसके बाद उसकी पीसीआर ली गई थी। और अब साफ तौर पर ये देखिए, जो 5 आरोपी अन्य हैं उनसे जो पूछताछ है वो की जाएगी। इसी के चलते आज जो यहाँ पे टीम है वो यहाँ पर पहुंची है। साफ आपको बता दें कि अनुकल्प मिश्रा, लवकुश मिश्रा, रामशंकर यादव और टिन्नू, करुणेश पांडे, मनीष यादव, इन 5 से पूछताछ होगी। उसके बाद एक एक करके इनकी जो पीसीआर है वो भी पुलिस लेगी। लेकिन साफ तौर पर जिला कारागार अयोध्या में जो अयोध्या की पुलिस की टीम है वो पहुंच गई, खुद सीओ जो है वो पहुंचे हैं। और उसके साथ ही अंदर अब जो पूछताछ है वो की जाएगी। चूंकि इस पूरे मामले से जुड़े कई ऐसे अहम साक्ष्य थे जो कि अविनाश शुक्ला की पीसीआर के दौरान उसने बताए, जिसकी निशानदेही पर अब जो टीम है वो यहाँ पहुंची है। और अंदर लगातार उससे जो पूछताछ है वो की जाएगी। 5 आरोपियों को आमने सामने बैठाकर उनका आमना सामना कराया जाएगा, उनसे पूछताछ की जाएगी। इसके बाद ही इस पूरे केस में, क्योंकि एक के बाद एक लगातार जो डेवलपमेंट है वो देखने को मिल रहा है।
And viewers, Republic was also outside the residence of one of the main accused, Tinu Yadav, on this, and we filed a report from this. Let's listen into that.
राम मंदिर चंदा चोरी को लेकर जांच का दौर एक तरफ लगातार जारी है। कुछ आरोपियों की गिरफ्तारी हुई है, उनसे पूछताछ भी लगातार हो रही है। और उन्हीं आरोपियों में से एक आरोपी के घर के पास दरअसल हम अभी पहुंच चुके हैं। आपको तस्वीरों के जरिए दिखाते हैं, थोड़ा नज़दीक लाएंगे तो आपको और ज़्यादा क्लियर हो पाएगा। ये जो टाइल वाला मकान दिख रहा है आपको, जहाँ पर नीले रंग की ग्रिल्स लगी हुई है, दरअसल यही वो मकान है जहाँ पर टिन्नू यादव और उनका परिवार रहा करता था। देखने में आपको बहुत ज़्यादा बड़ा, बहुत ज़्यादा आलीशान मकान ये नहीं लगने वाला है, लेकिन जानकारियां जिस तरह से निकलकर सामने आ रही है तो उन जानकारियों के मुताबिक कहा यह जा रहा है कि रियल एस्टेट में बड़ा इन्वेस्ट उनकी तरफ से किया गया था। टिन्नू यादव दरअसल वो है जो चंपत राय के बेहद करीबी माना जाते थे। टिन्नू यादव वो हैं जो एक वक्त पे रिक्शा ऑटो चलाया करते थे और दूसरे वक्त में ट्रस्ट के साथ जब वो जुड़े तो फिर उसके बाद उनकी स्थिति और बेहतर होने लगी। हालांकि यहाँ पर आसपास लोगों से बात करने की हमने कोशिश की, कैमरे पर नहीं बोलना चाहते हैं कुछ, लेकिन जानकारियाँ ज़रूर दी है। बात उनके कहने का मतलब ये है कि बिहेवियर अच्छा था, रहन सहन अच्छा था, और उनका कहना यह है कि चेंजेस आए थे। अब देखिए क्या गाड़ियां उन्होंने नई खरीदी या फिर पहले से उनके पास कौन सी थी, उसको लेकर लोग अभी बोलना नहीं चाह रहे हैं, कुछ बचना चाह रहे हैं। लेकिन उनका कहना यह है कि बिहेवियर फ्रेंडली था और स्टैंडर्ड अच्छा था, सही स्टैंडर्ड के साथ रहते थे। इसके अलावा ये एक मकान देख लीजिए आप, ये मकान जो है ये मनीष यादव का मकान है। ही इज़ ऑल्सो वन ऑफ द आरोपी, वो भी एक आरोपी हैं इस पूरे मैटर में। आज इन लोगों से जाँच भी की जानी है और लगातार पूछताछ का दौर जारी ही रहने वाला है। ये वही मोहल्ला है, इस मोहल्ले में जब आप अंदर आएंगे मेन रोड से, समय लगेगा काफ़ी आने में, आपको अंदर तक गाड़ी भी नहीं आएगी। इस तरह की गली है, इस तरह की गली में ऐसे मकान में अगर कोई व्यक्ति रहे तो आप क्या सोच सकते हैं कभी कि कितना गबन उन्होंने किया होगा। तो छुपाने की यहाँ पर कोशिश क्या की गई थी, क्योंकि देखिए मकान में तो ऐसा कुछ लग नहीं रहा है कि बहुत ज़्यादा कुछ पैसा लगाया गया हो, सिर्फ इतना सा एरिया बताया जा रहा है। ये टाइल वाला मकान है, ब्लू कलर की ग्रिल्स है, जहाँ पर टिन्नू यादव और उनका परिवार रहा करता था। अभी भी उनका परिवार यहीं पर रह रहा है। तो इस पर देखिए और भी अपडेट्स और भी इनपुट्स हम निकालने की कोशिश करते हैं। अगर यहाँ पर नेबर से बात हो पाए कि किस तरह का उनका रहन सहन था, कैसे गैजेट्स का इस्तेमाल करते थे, क्या कपड़े पहना करते थे, क्या चेंजेस कितने आए थे, पहले किस तरह से रहा करते थे, ट्रस्ट से जुड़ने के बाद किस तरह से रहने लगे थे, उन चेंजेस को लेकर भी लगातार हमारी तफ्तीश यहाँ पर जारी है।
And our viewers, we are shifting our focus to the massive sit-in protests that are underway in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir against the Pakistan Army and its government. This comes after the JAAC issued calls for a complete shutdown today in Muzaffarabad, stating that there will be no further talks with Islamabad as protests continue in the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir in Rawalakot. Markets have also been shut down and roads had a deserted look, and the JAAC has called for a complete shutdown in Muzaffarabad. This is in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Viewers, that we are tracking as the protest has intensified in the region, and they have completely rejected, and they are calling for a complete rejection of the Pakistani army and also the Pakistani authority and the government as well. The sit-in protests are continuing to be carried out across the region, and this is some of the visuals that we have access of the complete shutdown that has been called, and seeing a deserted look, the roads bearing a deserted look, and shops have also been shut down. This after the JAAC has called for a massive shutdown across the POK region, and this come after several days of protest, several weeks of protest that has been carried out in the POK region, and they have also called for a complete rejection of the Pakistani army and also the Pakistan government. And we also have a statement coming in from one of those who have been associated in the protest that has been carried out so far in POK. Let's listen in.
लंदन तक कोई जगह बचा ना जिसे कश्मीरी नजर ना अच्छा है, ये बात याद रखे। और दुनिया की अभाव कि मेरे रियासत जम्मू और कश्मीर ने जमीन ने अंदरू अरबा डॉलर रुपया निकली के चढ़ा पे और चढ़े खाने पे ओ आज गोलियां मारने ते आए वे मेरे कश्मीरी जाओ उन्हें रोडा पर जाई गए भाव कि मेरा नीलम और रूबी जैसा पत्थर अरबा डॉलर ना बिकी रहा चले खाई रहे ओ गोलियां मारने तो आई रहे। जाओ लंदन के अंदर ओवरसीज और बाहर दुनिया की कि मेरी कब्रों पर पानी है, मेरे अभाव जिदा कब्रों पर पानी है, और जिन्ना वास्ता पानी लाया गया आज दहशतगर्द की क्या सबकी गोलियां मारी रहे।
And viewers, we also spoke to BJP MLA Vikram Randhawa on Pakistani Army's atrocities in the POK region against the protesters, where he slammed the NC PDP's silence, calling it shameful. Let's listen into his reaction.
मुझे लगता है शर्म आनी चाहिए ऐसे लोगों को कि शांति कहाँ चाहिए, और पाकिस्तान की दरिंदगी किन लोगों पे, निहत्ते लोगों पे हमला करके उनको ज़मींदोज़ कर रही है। और वो लोग कौन है? क्या वो मुसलमान नहीं है? POK के रहने वाला? तो फिर हमदर्दी आपकी गाजा वालों के साथ क्यों है? वहाँ के रिश्तेदारी पाल रखी है क्या? ये मुझे लगता है कि बड़े संकेत दिखते हैं कि कश्मीर सेंट्रिक पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के लोगों की राजनीति क्या कहती है। भारत भी कहता है POK के लोगों को एक अच्छी जिंदगी जीने का हक है, हालांकि वो हमारा इलाका है, उसको वापस लाने के लिए जब तैयारी होगी उसको रोक नहीं पाएगा। लेकिन आज जो पाकिस्तान की हालत, जो पाकिस्तान ने POK के लोगों की हालत कर दी है, जिंदा लोगों के ऊपर गोलियां चलानी और उनको मौत के घाट उतारना, इसकी कड़ी से कड़ी निंदा होनी।
Now, viewers, we shift focus to Mumbai, where the monsoon season, the onset of the season, has revealed many negligence of the civil administration. Now, in another instance, a tree has fallen on a shop in Nopada. This is happening near the Hindi BMC School, Gomez Gown building in Kamani, Kurla West area. One injured person was shifted to the Fauziya Hospital. And now, as per information that we have received from the hospital, Yunus Kundawala, aged about 63 years, was declared brought dead. This happened after a tree fell on a shop. A latest of series of escalations, a latest series of incidents that's happening in Mumbai and across Maharashtra after the onset of the monsoon season. Another instance of civic apathy, where a tree fell on a shop where a person who was injured, aged about 63 years, identified as Yunus Kundawala, and he was sent to Fawzia Hospital, where the doctors have declared him that he was brought back. And I'm now joined by my colleague Revati, who has more details into this. Revati, this is again another instance where another man aged about 63 years has been killed once again due to this civic apathy that Republic has been campaigning, that has been revealed by the onset of the monsoon season in Maharashtra. And now another instance of death due to this. A tree fell on the shop that we are tracking. Give us more into this, Revati.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, a 63-year-old Yunus Kundawala has lost his life after a tree fell on him. He was waiting near the shop, and I'm currently at that very spot where the tree fell. This is the tree which fell, and he was standing beneath this tree at this very shop. And when the tree fell, he was severely injured, and he was rushed to the Fawzia Hospital, where he was declared brought dead. Also, this is the very spot we are looking at. This is the very branch of the tree which we are looking at. But the most important thing is that there is a school in front of this very tree. You are looking at that very school right now, which is the Mumbai Public School. This is the school which is there in front of this tree. Just imagine what happens if today was a weekday and the school children were there, or there is continuous school vans or children after the school gets over, because this incident happened at around 12:40 p.m. and just imagine what if the students were there at that point of time. A major mishap is averted, but yes, it has claimed a life of a 63-year-old Yunus Kundawala. And now we are currently looking at that very school which is there in front of the location where this exact thing happened. Now I would like to show you that now the authorities have opened their eyes after one life is claimed in Kurla's Naupada area. Now we are looking at that very visuals where the trees are now being cut when one life is claimed. Now who is to be held accountable for this? Mayor Ritu Taude did visit here, and she announced 5 lakh rupees for the family of the victim. But is this enough for a cost of a life which has been claimed? Now we are looking at that very thing which was supposed to be expected, or it was expected to be done by the end of May or latest by 1st June. But now we are looking that the authorities has waken up from their sleep, and now they are cutting the trees. Now the question arises, what if there were school children here? What if there were many children here, and what if that tree would have fallen on those school vans or those children? Right. One life has been claimed, and he died on the spot because this very tree fell on him and he died on the spot. Ritu Taude, mayor of Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation, has now declared a 5 lakh rupees as a compensation. But is this compensation enough? Because it was expected that the pre-monsoon works shall be done before May end or latest by 1st of June. Over to you.
That's right. In fact, Revati, thank you so much for highlighting that it was on a Sunday that happened, and what would have been a major disaster could have occurred when it was a weekday and children were there, as we can see that this was happening nearby a school. And now, viewers, we move on to another story that's coming in. And a red alert has been sounded for Mumbai, Thane, Palghar and the Konkan belt for the next 24 hours as torrential monsoon rains throw normal life out of gear. Now, forecasters have also warned of isolated extremely heavy downpours coupled with damaging gusty winds reaching up to 60 kilometers per hour. Let's take a look at this report.
Monsoon fury unleashes over the city as Mumbai and its neighbouring districts are on high alert as torrential rains continue in the region, throwing normal life out of gear on Sunday. The India Meteorological Department has issued a red alert for Mumbai, Thane, Palghar and the Konkan belt. forecasters warn of isolated, extremely heavy downpours coupled with damaging gusty winds reaching up to 60 kilometers per hour. On the roads, key transit points like the Bhandup area are reporting structural damage, including road cave-ins. Meanwhile, flight operations at Mumbai airport remain under close watch as visibility drops. Authorities urge citizens to stay indoors and monitor live updates before stepping out. In the last 24 hours, rainfall was recorded at 183 millimeters in the city area, 185 millimeters in the western suburbs, and 216 millimeters in the eastern suburbs.
Now, viewers, we turn our attention to a major issue that's developing from Mali, a major humanitarian emergency, in fact, developing in Mali, in Maldives, where 20 Indian seafarers remain stranded in life-threatening conditions amid rough seas and deteriorating safety. Now, according to reports, the crew has been left without adequate food, drinking water, fuel, and other essential supplies, raising serious concerns over their survival. The crisis has worsened as the vessel has reportedly lost its anchor. In an urgent intervention, appeals have been made to the government of India, the Indian High Commission in Mali, and all concerned authorities to launch an immediate humanitarian response. The union has demanded urgent delivery of food, drinking water, fuel, medical assistance, payment of outstanding wages, and the safe repatriation of all of the 20 Indian seafarers. Now, viewers, the stranded crew has released a distress video pleading for immediate rescue and warning that their lives are in danger.
We need urgently release, urgently provision, everything we need. But nobody here. I complain. Warning authorities. We have two vessels here. First of KG1 and secondary KL1. We are stuck here from 2 months, and we are already contacted with the ITF. ITF will help us. And
now, viewers, a big breaking news coming in at the moment. Now, Delhi Airport has issued advisory on the weather disruption condition that's happening across the Delhi area. Now, due to inclement weather conditions in Delhi, flight operations are impacted at the Delhi Airport. Our on-ground teams are diligently working with all stakeholders to ensure a seamless and efficient passenger experience. The statement coming out from the authorities. Now, passengers are advised to consider alternative modes of transport, including Delhi Metro, to reach the airport and avoid potential delays. Now, for the latest flight information, passengers are advised to contact their respective airlines. Now, this advisory has been issued with regards to the weather conditions that's been happening. Several cases of rainfall that has been reported across Delhi NCR region. Now, Delhi Airport has issued an advisory and cautioned the passengers in order to catch other safe modes of transport to reach the Delhi Airport, and also contact their concerned airlines with regards to their flights or of any cancellation. So far, there has been no reports or advisory or announcement of any cancellation. So far, the advisory has been issued with regards to the weather conditions that's been prevalent in the region. And moving ahead, another major story. In a crackdown on Meta, Indian government has now issued a stern notice to Meta on the child sexual exploitative and abuse material in paid advertisements on Instagram. Now, the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology has ordered Instagram to disable all ads and content promoting access to child abuse material. The government has also demanded a detailed explanation within 7 days from Meta. This regards to the child abuse related ads that was displayed in Instagram, and the government has in fact pulled up Meta on this and sought an explanation within 7 days. And with that, viewers, we come to the end of this bulletin. We're taking a very short break, but we'll be back with you with more stories on the other side. Coming up, a direct impact of Republic's relentless reporting. The anti-India book glorifying terrorists in Kashmir has been withdrawn and 8 officials suspended. Coming up next.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk tonight about an incident where an FIR got registered against 4 people. This is an incident which has happened in Madhya Pradesh, in Ujjain, and there is this strange video which shows a van suspended about 40 feet in the air. And it's suspended with a crane, some kind of a huge big crane. And there are explosives which are
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से, MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Man's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover 2 lies, he lies a 3rd time and a 4th time. And now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job, but it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age. But there's a distinct difference in facial appearance. I'd like to show you a picture of Bhagwant Mann at present, which is about 52-50.
Thank you for joining us on another edition of our Education College Rankings here on Republic. Now, as the NEET 2026 examination concludes, there are millions of students now entering the most crucial phase, predicting their scores and preparing for counseling. Now, this episode today helps aspirants understand how their expected marks can translate into probable ranks and college options using intelligent prediction tools. Experts today joining us on the show will decode the admission process, counseling strategy, and key factors that students should consider before the results are announced, enabling them to stay one step ahead. On the show today, Professor Renu Luthra. She's an advisor and president at the iOS Development Center at the Galgotias University. Also joining us in the studios today is Anurag Priyadarshan, who's the head of product and content at collegedunia.com. Joining us virtually are Dr. Sneh Agarwal. She's Director, Professor and Head of Anatomy Department at LHMC, that is Lady Hardinge Medical College, and Dr. Parthiv Sangvi, who's a former President, Indian Medical Association. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us on the show. Let me get started with Anurag, with you. What is College Predictor, the NEET Predictor? Why don't you start by telling our viewers what is the NEET Predictor and how does it help students?
Sure. Thanks, Niranjan, first of all, for having me here. As you told, the NEET exams are over, right? So the next obvious step is there are two kinds of students. One who already have a kind of somewhat idea of how much they'll be scoring. Second is people who don't have an idea of how their exam went. So for the second category of students, where they don't know how the exam went, the counselings, the committee will release an answer key, the OMR key. Now we have a tool which is called College Dunia's NEET score calculator. In that, all you need to do is just upload the OMR answer key, which the official authorities have provided to you, and within seconds it tells you your predicted score, right? Once you have an idea of that predicted score, you log into another tool, another very powerful tool which we have, which is the rank predictor. It tells you, based on this score, what is the probable rank you will be getting. And once you have got a rank, now you need to make a list of colleges where you should be applying, right, based on the cutoff. For that, we have College Dunia's NEET College Predictor. So you log into the NEET Predictor, you enter your rank or your score, and a list of colleges pops up, right, where based on previous year cutoffs, probably you have a very realistic chances of getting the admission.
Yeah.
So if you combine all these three tools, I think it's a whole package for every NEET aspirant going ahead to plan their journey.
Just give me an idea of how many students come on your platform each year to use this NEET Predictor.
They are in millions. I mean, if you give a number, let's say around 22 lakh students appeared for NEET.
Yeah.
Every year, for every season, we have close to 3 to 4 lakhs students who actually use the predictor. And these are the students who are actually serious about their career.
Professor Renu Luthra, what's the role of the faculty in handling mental health issues of students on campus?
That's a very, very important question. You see, faculty work for months with students. They're in the classroom weeks on end, daily in fact. And they're the first persons who can notice the subtle differences, the subtle changes or the signals that throw up. For example, a student who's normally sitting in the front rows, he starts moving backwards, he goes there, he doesn't turn in his assignments on time, is absent, is irritable or is sad. Now, what happens is that the faculty, sometimes they ignore, or sometimes, they do call the students, wherein they find that there is an issue. Now, the problem, what happens here is the faculty cannot counsel, they're not trained to counsel. Since there is that little stigma around it, they hesitate to ask directly. So what we did, and which is a very important thing, we did the QPR training, Question, Persuade, Refer. QPR is an institute in Washington which deals with suicide prevention, education and training, and its programs are sought after all over the world. So recently we did that for our faculty, and just about every faculty who attended said that during their career, at some point or the other, they came across a student who was distressed, emotionally distressed. And what was one very, very important takeaway, which I would love to share with the audiences, that what they learned was they're not counselors, they don't do therapy, but they are encouraged to ask direct questions. Are you feeling disturbed? Are you distressed? Because silence is more harmful than the question. Yeah. And after that, after questioning and getting an answer that possibly he is, then persuade them and refer them. Yeah. So that I feel is very, very important for any university or college to do. Get training, get the faculty trained, not to convert them into therapists or counselors, but to ask the right questions, to probe, to be direct, and then refer the student to the center. Secondly, every university has, proctorial boards, disciplinary committee. Do you know, it's amazing a number of mental health issues that's come to the students who have to appear before the disciplinary committee. They come disguised as disciplinary problems. It's actually the student needs help. And it converts itself into disciplinary problem. So we work very closely with the Center for Mental Health, works closely with the proctorial office. When the proctorial office this is a case of indiscipline, but the student looks disturbed. Before we start with the disciplinary process, let's get him to the center. And believe me, so many problems have been resolved just because of that.
Yeah. Let me go across to Dr. Sneha Agarwal now. Dr. Sneha Agarwal, NEET examinations are over. Now, what advice would you give students as they wait for their results and begin preparing for the counselling process?
I think they have an idea of how much they're going to score, so they should be ready for the result and be brave enough to accept it as it is. And then they should start looking for the colleges, institutions where they would like to join and apply, and which would be appropriate for the rank which they get in the result. So now is the time to relax, wait for the result, and then be ready with the homework.
Okay. Dr. Parthiv, choosing a medical college, and I think it all comes down to that. It all boils down to that. That is why they really try hard to, get that best score. Yes. One of the biggest decisions in a student's life, Dr. Parthiv. Beyond the NEET score and cutoffs, what should aspirants look for to ensure that they choose the right institute?
They need to now, after touring a lot in the state of Maharashtra, seeing the infrastructure, with the number of colleges which are mushrooming up, it is not necessary that every medical college is well equipped with every department. So I think students should be, aware of what they are going to choose. So I strongly feel that based on your marks, when you know that, what shortlisted colleges would you be targeting to in your state. Usually students do that in their own state. They don't go out of their state. So they should be very well aware of, before taking their choices, which is a good medical college, which is having better infrastructure, and just not go by the fact that it's a government medical college or the corporation-based medical colleges, because they too have their own policies. So I feel they should visit the colleges which they feel that they would be eligible for before making a very calculated choice in the counselling rounds.
Yeah. Dr. Renu, the wait now is for the counselling. The wait is now to choose an institute. And I want to come to you on a very important question, and we were talking about this earlier. This year has been especially traumatic for students, right? And what can universities do to prepare students for a year like this when there is so much of uncertainty around the futures of these students?
The universities have to be very, very sensitive. And the first and foremost thing that universities can do and higher educational institutions can do is to have a good, robust ecosystem for healthcare. Now, in our university, at Galgotia's University, we set up the Galgotia Center for Healthcare. But when we did that, we knew that this is an area where trust was required. We had to have credibility. So that was not our core, healthcare was not our core competence. So we reached out to partners, very important partners, very influential partners like AIMS, HCL. And with AIMS, we associated ourselves, we procured their Never Alone app, which is a mobile-based app for students. It's a 24-hour helpline that is there, with which they can interact with AIMS experts as well as our counselors. Now, you have to be very sensitive to the learning style of the students. And the way the students learn today is social media, watching videos, reels. So we decided, getting the app was the easy part. The tougher part was disseminating information about it, telling them that you need help and when you need help. So every week we shoot reels, short videos which we send to the students on any topical issue, whether it is de-addiction, drugs, or relationships. That's a big issue here. And what are the myths about mental health? What are the facts? And we get a lot of response to the students because they keep receiving this information. Now, and again, we have a students club at our university called Kafila. So peer learning is one of the finest and fastest ways that we can spread the message. There is help available. There's an in-house professional psychiatrist. There are psychologists. There are clinical psychologists, all on our roll, in addition to what AIMS and HCL give us. Yeah. So along with that, we get a lot of experts coming in to join the students. We have conversation. Students do nukkad nataks in the university on these themes, and that attracts crowds and it disseminates the information.
Dr. Sneha Agarwal, is that also something that you've seen, because you interface with students, you work at you're a practicing professional?
Yeah.
Do you see is there a pattern now with more and more students seeking help, coming forward? Because there is one pressure to get into so-called top medical colleges, and then there is Actually, what defines a good medical institute? Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
They've been studying a lot and studying very hard for the last maybe 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, or even more. And sometimes I have seen children who have problems are more because they were under a lot of parental pressure.
Yeah.
Parental pressure to appear, be a doctor, succeed, get admission into a good college. So it should be from students' own motivation that they should seek to study and seek the admission in a particular college. Otherwise, these issues arise only in those conditions. If the student himself or herself is motivated enough to become a doctor, then it's all a child's play. Like, study is no problem. They adjust well in the college and they do well throughout the course, which is 5.5 years. But only when there is some, alteration, or if there's a lot of parental pressure initially in the school time or at the admission time, then they do undergo some pressure in the college, and they may, they're more susceptible to developing any of these habits which you're talking about. But it's not so much. I think it's more of making it awareness is there, and a lot of people are catching it up on it.
And I'm being anecdotal here, Dr. Parthiv, because my parents were engineers, both of them, and they expected me to do engineering. The expectation is, if you're an engineer, your son should also be an engineer, right? And I chose not to do engineering, right? And it comes with a lot of pressure. But for many people, that pressure is there. Now, in your view, you have, what have you observed? Because you've been an IMA, you've been the IMA president. I'm sure you've worked with doctors all your life. How many of them are pushed into the profession?
So the number of people who are now who are pushing their kids are pretty less. It is more seen, I would say, in tier 2 cities, or where there is this pattern that if the parents are having hospitals, then the child feels that yes, I have to come to this level. But if you go to metropolitan cities, etc., where having your own hospital is a rarity, then this pressure is not there. And so many of my colleagues who are here, who are very well established in their medical practice, do not have their children in the medical profession, including mine. Both my kids are not into my profession. So I think now it is what you want to do. Yes, it is important to live a good livelihood, no doubt about it. But at the same time, you should be confident of what you are doing. If you are taking up medicine as a profession, then it requires a lifelong dedication. You never stop learning.
Yeah.
Till you are working, you are learning. You have to be updated. You have to constantly learn new things, new techniques, new systems, new machines and everything. And learning never stops. Yeah. So I think one should be very well prepared for the eventuality, because a medical student takes entry into medical college at the age of 18, where he is probably not very much aware of what is there later on. So we've also seen several burnouts, people, shifting professions. Even today, we are seeing a lot of exodus of doctors who are, after their graduation, post-graduation, quitting medicine, going into the industry, say for example, the pharma industry, and doing very well. So some people take up law, some people take up pharmacy, even after their graduation and post-graduation. So ultimately, you have to determine what is your calling. You should be sincere enough for that. And you should be ready that what you're going to take up now is going to define at least 50 years of your life henceforth.
No, absolutely. I think that's a very valid point and very beautifully put. Let me take it to Anurag now. Anurag, how does a student, for example, you have a platform called collegedunia.com. When students come to collegedunia.com, how do you help them sift through the many colleges? I'm sure there are thousands of them today, right? How do you rank these institutes and how do you help students make that choice easier?
Right. So as I already told you, we had 3 tools. I mean, we currently have those 3 tools, which obviously help you select the colleges. Now, the real game begins once you have got a list of colleges, right?
Yeah.
I think every student has a curated list of 10 to 15 colleges where he should be applying to, which people target usually. Once you have got an idea of the colleges, the next part is doing a thorough research on them.
Yes.
And for that, reviews help a lot.
Yes.
It's humanly not possible for every student to call the college, to call the seniors. People don't have that level of contact, right?
Yeah.
So it's a very, practical thing to just read the review and understand how is the college doing. One thing which all the students should look at it, if they're selecting a college, is how good is the hospital which is associated to the medical college, right?
Yeah.
What is the number of, how many number of beds they have? What is the OPD patient count?
Yeah.
So these things actually help you practice better, So in the long run, it will help if you choose a college which has a very good hospital associated with it.
Professor Renu Luthra, I want to ask you, there is also, Dr. Parthiv Sanghvi spoke of a trend that he's seeing of students dropping out midway through the program, right? How do you identify such students? Is it possible to identify, let's say, risk students, students in emotional distress? Is there any parameter where you counsel students before they get into such a profession, before they take this big step?
Unfortunately, in India, we still don't have enough counseling. The stress on career counseling, it's there, but it's not enough. Students just go in hordes wherever direction everybody is going. Yes. So that we would be requiring a lot of external counseling agencies. The schools also, though they have it, but I find it not very effective in many of them. So what universities like ours can do, that build this counseling process into our admission process. Students who have appeared for competitive examinations, during the time where they're anxiously waiting for their results, they often go make the rounds of colleges, maybe accompanied by their friends, and examine what are the options available. That's the time we have an entire cell dedicated to counseling such students. There's no pressure on them to take admission. The only thing that we offer is, why don't you visit the campus? Why don't you just go to wherever you want, departments, laboratories, School of Media, journalism. And they introduce them to the deans, the departments. They're free to talk to the students, what are the opportunities. So it's a kind of an approach wherein you tell them, fine, you've opted for the NEET entrance exam or anything else, but these are also options you can consider.
Dr. Sneha Agarwal, as an experienced medical educator, I'd like to get your thoughts on and your message to NEET aspirants who may be anxious about their results and uncertain about which college that they eventually join. Would you like to say something to them?
Yeah, at the beginning, I would like to say that at least in Delhi, all the good schools have a career counseling option available in their schools itself. So right in standard 11, when they start, they have exposure to choose their field of interest. So those who have appeared for NEET, National Eligibility Cum Entrance Test, are already motivated, except for maybe 5% of the students at the most. The rest are motivated enough to enter into any medical college of their choice and pursue their MBBS course or any other allied like Ayurvedic, Homeopathic, Unani. All these are through NEET rank and marks only. So after once they enter, they have to select their college and all. And in that also, I've observed that students who are staying close to their hometowns, close to their residences, they do better. because that cultural shift and change is not there. So it's easier for them to understand. They can talk to the patients also during the course of their studies, and they can relate to the situation and the patient. The communication is much better in that case. Suppose from north to south or south to north, a little bit difference is there, and there's a little problem in the students because they have to learn the language, the local customs, culture, all that. So if they're closer to their home, it's better. They do better. That's what I have, observed.
Dr. Parthiv, does India have enough doctors, or India has lesser doctors, or does India have more doctors? What's the situation in your view?
So, see, the present scenario with the mushrooming of medical colleges which has now happened, the doctor-patient ratio in India is much better. It is much less than 1:700 per population. And I think we have reached a good ratio now. So there is no dearth of doctors. Yes, there may be a small urban-rural divide. But unfortunately, what is happening is that the rural-urban divide is also because of lack of facilities. As a surgeon myself, if I'm put in a small town where the adequate facilities are not there, I will not be able to perform. So why are people hesitant to go to smaller places? Because the required facilities, the infrastructure at times is not there. So what we need is, like what has been planned, at least in my state of Maharashtra, that every district should have one district level hospital. If that is there, then the exodus to go to bigger cities, bigger towns for medical treatment will go down. That will somehow, make even a ground where healthcare facilities can be better distributed, better given, and patient care can be taken, and not concentrating into one hospital all the time. So I think the need of the hour at this point of time is more number of hospitals, district level hospitals, which are well equipped with all the basic facilities which are required, where specialists and super specialists can function. Otherwise, if you take a cardiothoracic surgeon and you put him in a small town, what is he going to do when there are no basic facilities available? So the need of the hour is better district level hospitals, and then you do not, people will be motivated to go back to their own districts and not stay in tertiary centers.
So I'd like to end this show by asking each of you for if you wanted to change how medical infrastructure and medicine is both studied and then practiced in India, what would that be? Dr. Parthiv Sangvi, I'll start with you.
I would start at the primary healthcare center level. Empower the primary healthcare center level with the necessary facilities, and the district level hospitals with all the facilities which can be given. We just need to improve our basic healthcare in the rural sector, and your work is done.
Dr. Sneha Agarwal.
Better infrastructure, better provisions, and better facilities, of course, and enough adequate staff for that catchment area of that particular area. Medicines and all aside, the workers, right, starting from safai walas, technical staff, pharmacists, nurses, doctors, all the staff should be enough.
Professor Renu Luthra.
They had about 800 medical colleges. I think, Anurag, you said that. I think we need many more. And it's the private sector which can come in and contribute. A private sector is going to ensure, and the private sector is willing. It's just that, the policies have to be more encouraging. They're willing to invest, and just the way some very fine private educational institutions have come up, similarly, some very good private colleges, more medical colleges can come up even more. And that can fill in that gap there.
So like I said, Anurag, final word to you. So where would you start?
I'm just to answer Renu ma'am. So we have 850 MBBS colleges. There are a lot more medical colleges, right? So I would say we should not just focus on MBBS colleges from the government's point of view. We should have more investment in allied healthcare. Because they are actually the people who are working on the ground, right? So if you have a problem with the hospital, it's not just always the management which is responsible. So at times the negligence comes from the ground level. So more investment in allied courses could be one of the options. And I would not purely from institute point of view, I would say I don't completely agree that we don't have shortage of doctors. Obviously, we need to have more colleges.
Yeah.
But that onus lies with the private body as well. So it's not always the government which is gonna, keep on increasing the number of colleges.
Just one word I'll want from you. So how many students this year took the examinations, and what kind of traffic are you seeing on collegedunia.com on the NEET predictor?
Once the results are out, we are hoping a very good traffic on NEET college predictors.
Yeah.
Even during the exam, we had a lot of traffic on question papers. So we have a different section for all the question papers, all the answer key. We are probably one of the fastest in India to upload the answers for all those sets.
Thank you, Anurag. Thank you, Professor Renu Luthra. Thank you, Dr. Sneha Agarwal and Dr. Parthiv Sangvi. Good to have you with us once more. Thank you, sir.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, sorry.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show. This is my show. Stop waving to your fans. Be modest. Now everybody look. अरे आप politician हो. आप politician हो. आप ये क्या कर रहे हो? This is too much.
आपने बोला humble हो, मैं humble हो रहा हूँ.
You became very famous during Balika Badhu. At that time, there was a huge amount of fame and focus. Right?
There was.
People must be writing about you. The paparazzi would have written about you.
There were no paparazzis at that time.
You're not that old. Don't
No, I mean it. There were no paparazzi.
You were no paparazzi at that time.
There were no paparazzis.
This has happened now? There was no Viral Bayani then?
Back then, it was just,
What do you mean back then?
No,
if you keep talking, I'm over a decade older to you. If you keep saying back then I'll stop driving the car here.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean...
What am I then? Back then. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Man's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover two lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time. And now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job. But it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age. But there's a distinct difference in facial appearance. I'd like to show you a picture of Bhagwant Mann at present, which is about 52, 53 years old. And Bhagwant Mann on the other side at the age of 39, when he was a performer. Well, he is still a performer in a way. But there's a distinct physical difference. A, he's put on a lot of weight. His face is much more puffy. He's older. He's wearing a turban. He was not wearing a turban at that time. Not always, at least. Not always photographed with a turban. And so there's a distinct difference. So if you see the picture of the younger Bhagwant Mann, you'd actually...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic. I'm Chongtham Amrita, and in the latest that we're tracking for you on the donation theft case in Ram Mandir controversy, 5 accused have been sent to jail and interrogations are being carried out by the police. We're tracking all of these details for you and more, but first, let's take a look at the headlines. Civic apathy claims another life in Mumbai. 63-year-old killed after tree falls on shop amid heavy rains. Total shutdown at POK's Muzaffarnagar, markets closed. And Muzaffarabad markets have been closed, roads deserted amid protests against Pakistan's army and civilian government. Government issues stern notice to Meta on child sexual exploitative and abuse material. In paid ads on Instagram, detailed explanation demanded in 7 days. Vishwa Hindu Parishad asks police to investigate claims by opposition leaders on Ram Mandir donation theft. Ayodhya police interrogates 5 accused inside the jail. Anti-terror operation underway in J&K's Shopian after 2 terrorists were spotted in the Mimandar area comprising of 7 villages. Viewers, we begin this bulletin with a major story coming in from the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Now, massive sit-in protests are underway in the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir against the Pakistan army and the government as well. Now, viewers, this comes after the JAEC issued calls for a shutdown across the region today in Muzaffarabad, stating that there will be no further talks with Islamabad. This is, again, another sign of a drastic rejection of the Pakistan's authority and its army. And now, several protests have also been carried out across the region, especially in Rawalkot area, where a massive sit-in protests have been carried out, and now the JAEC have also stated that there will be no talks with Islamabad on any regard, and also called for a total shutdown. These are visuals of a total shutdown being observed by the region, where several shops have been closed, and we can see the road bearing a deserted look. There are no traffic at all, as these visuals say, and these are some of the visuals of the massive shutdown that have been called by the JAEC in the POK region against the Pakistani army and the authority. And viewers, with this regard, let's listen in to what the protesters are saying as the Pakistan massacre continues in the POK region.
मुझे लगता है शर्म आनी चाहिए ऐसे लोगों को कि शांति कहाँ चाहिए और पाकिस्तान की दरिंदगी किन लोगों पे, निहत्थे लोगों पे हमला करके उनको ज़मींदोज़ कर रही है। और वो लोग कौन है? क्या वो मुसलमान नहीं है? पीओजे के रहने वाला? तो फिर हमदर्दी आपकी गाज़ा वालों के साथ क्यों है? वहाँ क्या रिश्तेदारी पाल रखी है क्या? ये मुझे लगता है कि बड़े संकेत दिखते हैं कि कश्मीर सेंट्रिक पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के लोगों की राजनीति क्या कहती है। भारत भी कहता है पीओजे के लोगों को एक अच्छी जिंदगी जीने का हक है, हालांकि वो हमारा इलाका है, उसको वापस लाने के लिए जब तैयारी होगी उसको कोई रोक नहीं पाएगा। लेकिन आज जो पाकिस्तान की हालत, जो पाकिस्तान ने पीओजे के लोगों की हालत कर दी है, जिंदा लोगों के ऊपर गोलियां चलानी और उनको मौत के घाट उतारना, इसकी कड़ी से कड़ी निंदा होनी।
Well, that was the statement that was given by the BJP leader in Jammu, and that strong reactions coming in against the atrocities that was committed to the protesters in POK region. Now, viewers, let us shift our focus and listen to the statement that's coming in from one of the protesters in the protest that had been being held in the POK region. Let's take a look.
तो उसकी आवाज पहुंचाओ कि 5 जुलाई की बर्मिंघम तो लेकर लंदन तक कोई जगह बचा ना जिसे कश्मीरी नजर ना अच्छा है। ये बात याद रखे। और दुनिया की अभाव कि मेरे रियासत जम्मू और कश्मीर ने जमीन ने अंदरू अरबा डॉलर रुपया निकली के चढ़ा पे और चढ़े खाने पे और आज गोलियां मारने से आए हुए मेरे कश्मीरी जाओ उन्हें रोडा पर जाई गए भाव कि मेरा नीलम और रूबी जैसा पत्थर अरबा डॉलर ना बिकी रहा तो चढ़े खाई रहे और गोलियां मारने से आई रहे। जाओ लंदन के अंदर ओवरसीज और बाहर दुनिया की कि मेरी कब्रों पर पानी है, मेरे अभाव जिदा कब्रों पर पानी है और जिन्ना वास्ता पानी लाया गया आज दहशतगर्द की क्या सबकी गोलियां मारी रहे दुनिया की भाव।
And to help us understand this matter more, I'm joined by my colleague Gursimran, who has more details in this. Gursimran, we're seeing a total shutdown being carried out in Muzaffarabad area and other areas as well. Roads bearing a deserted look after the shutdown has been called out. This again as against the Pakistani army and the authorities and the JAEC also saying that there will be no further talks with Islamabad. Help us understand this situation even more for our viewers.
See, these deserted looks that the roads of Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir are bearing are a slap on the face of Pakistani establishment, be it the POJK government or the federal government of Pakistan. They tried their level best that there is no shutdown on 5th of July. They made it every possible move to ensure that the people come to their daily course. But the people of POJK have given a strong and a stern message to the Pakistan establishment that they stand firm with the group that they call, the Pakistanis call, a terror group, that is Joint Awami Action Committee. And this Bandh, the deserted looks, the Bandh that is completely seen on the roads, starting from the Muzaffarabad to Poonch to Rawalakot. Every single road in Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir is observing a shutdown, which clearly means that the people stand firm for the cause. And this time Pakistan is rattled for the reason that the people are not only demanding the basic rights, including the subsidies, subsidized electricity, subsidized ration, but also their democratic rights. That is the 12 members that have to be elected to the Pakistani occupied Jammu and Kashmir National Assembly. They should not be from the mainland Pakistan, because Pakistan has been using these people, 12 people, which the people of POJK call the puppets of the Pakistani establishment, to derail the governments, to actually implement their decisions onto the people of POJK. So against these, all people of the Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir are on the streets. Today is the 30th day, and for the last 30 days, POJK people have shown what actually it means for them to get these rights, how important these rights have. More than a dozen people have been killed. Many of their senior leaders, including Shaukat Nawaz Mir, they have been put behind the bars. But JAC has made it amply clear that this time it is not going to matter whether their top leadership is on the streets or not. They say that we have first, second, third and fourth line of leadership already in place. So in case the Pakistan continues their crackdown and arrests their top leadership or kills them, they are ready with a plan that they will go indefinitely onto the strike so as to ensure that this time they get their democratic rights back.
That's right, and major developments unfolding. We'll continue to track this story. Thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast, Gursimran. And our viewers, my colleague Gursimran also spoke to the BJP MLA Vikram Randhawa on the Pakistani army's atrocities in the POK region, where he slammed the NC-PDP silence, calling it shameful. Let's listen to his reaction.
मुझे लगता है शर्म आनी चाहिए ऐसे लोगों को कि शांति कहाँ चाहिए और पाकिस्तान की दरिंदगी किन लोगों पे, निहत्थे लोगों पे हमला करके उनको ज़मींदोज़ कर रही है। और वो लोग कौन है? क्या वो मुसलमान नहीं है? POJK के रहने वाला? तो फिर हमदर्दी आपकी गाज़ा वालों के साथ क्यों है? वहाँ क्या रिश्तेदारी पाल रखी है क्या? ये मुझे लगता है कि बड़े संकेत दिखते हैं कि कश्मीर सेंट्रिक पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के लोगों की राजनीति क्या कहती है। भारत भी कहता है POJK के लोगों को एक अच्छी जिंदगी जीने का हक है, हालांकि वो हमारा इलाका है, उसको वापस लाने के लिए जब तैयारी होगी उसको कोई रोक नहीं पाएगा। लेकिन आज जो पाकिस्तान की हालत, जो पाकिस्तान ने POJK के लोगों की हालत कर दी है, जिंदा लोगों के ऊपर गोलियां चलानी और उनको मौत के घाट उतारना, इसकी कड़ी से कड़ी निंदा होनी।
And viewers, moving on now to Ayodhya as the probe in the Ram Mandir donation case continues. VHP International President and Senior Advocate Alok Kumar wrote a letter to Ayodhya DSP Ashutosh Tiwari over the statements of several political leaders, including Arvind Kejriwal, Ram Gopal Yadav, Sanjay Singh, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra on the alleged Ram Mandir donation embezzlement case. Now, Alok Kumar also requested Ayodhya DSP to record their statements, seek the factual basis on this and the source of their allegations, and support documents for these allegations as well. This is the latest in the Ram Mandir donation case. As it continues, 5 accused have been arrested in the jail as we speak. And now the VHP International President and Senior Advocate Alok Kumar has written a letter to the Ayodhya DSP and has sought the statements of several political leaders, including Arvind Kejriwal, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra as well, including Sanjay Singh as well. And they ask for the embezzlement case to record their statements and seek factual basis on this. And now, viewers, let us take a look at some of the reactions coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh.
कि राम के काम में भी भेदभाव। निपेंद्र मिश्रा जी ने कहा चोरी नहीं डकैती हुई है, उनका नाम नोटिस में क्यों नहीं है? महिपाल सिंह जो विश्व हिंदू परिषद और आरएसएस के कार्यकर्ता हैं, जिन्होंने बताया कि हमारे सामने चढ़ावे में चोरी हुई और हमने इसकी सूचना चंपत राय और उनके सहयोगी गोपाल राव को दी, उनका नाम इस नोटिस में क्यों नहीं है? विनय कटियार जो कह रहे हैं वहां चोरी हो रही है, बेईमानी हो रही है, उनका नाम नोटिस में क्यों नहीं है? क्यों नहीं है? रजनीश सिंह, जिस व्यक्ति ने, जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का पूर्व मीडिया प्रभारी है, जिसने सबसे पहले पत्र लिखा इस पूरे मामले में, चढ़ावे चोरी के मामले में, उनका नाम क्यों नहीं है? स्वामी और मुक्तेश्वरानंद जी, शंकराचार्य जी ने भी बयान दिया है, उनसे भी साक्ष्य उनके पास भी जो है वो भी दे, बताइए ना। वहां के संत महात्मा धर्मदास जी, उनका नाम क्यों नहीं है? महंत धर्मदास जी का नाम क्यों नहीं है? इसका मतलब ये विश्व हिंदू परिषद की जो चिट्ठी है ये राजनीति से प्रेरित है, लेकिन फिर भी उन्होंने लिखा है। तो जब भी वहां का आईओ मुझे बुलाएगा, मैं तो 5 साल से इंतजार कर रहा हूं। 2021 में भी मैंने शिकायत की थी, तहरीर दी थी, 2021 में भी तहरीर दी थी मैंने कि भैया वहां भ्रष्टाचार हो रहा है, इसकी जांच कर लो। 2 करोड़ की जमीन 18.5 करोड़ में खरीदी उसी दिन, कुछ मिनट के बाद। तब आलोक कुमार जी नहीं जागे, तब आलोक कुमार जी ने कोई साक्ष्य नहीं मांगा, क्योंकि वो सारे साक्ष्य जो है मैंने फिर एसआईटी को जाके दे दिया। 5 साल कोई कार्रवाई नहीं की, ये लोग कुछ नहीं बोले। तो अभी इतने सारे लोग, ट्रस्ट का खुद का व्यक्ति, भाई ट्रस्ट के अध्यक्ष नित्य गोपाल दास जी के उत्तराधिकारी कमल नयन दास जी कह रहे हैं ये लोग चोर हैं, बेईमान हैं, उनके बयान हैं। उनको नोटिस भेजा आलोक कुमार जी ने? कहीं देखा हो तो आप दिखाइए। तो इसलिए कि हम किसी राजनीतिक दल से जुड़े हुए हैं, आम आदमी पार्टी से जुड़े हुए हैं, इसलिए हम इनको पत्र लिख के हवाई दिखाएंगे कि देखिए साहब हम कितने बहादुर हैं। कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, आपने पत्र भेजा है। मैं सुबह से सैकड़ों लोगों से बात कर चुका, सुबह से मैं लगातार फोन पे हूं, अपनी टीम को भी मैंने लगा दिया है। जो जो साक्ष्य आपके पास हैं चलिए, अब हो सकता है आईओ बुला लेगा, सबको ले चल के जाके वहां बताएंगे किससे कितना पैसा लिया था, कितना चांदी लिया था, कितना सोना लिया था, किसको किसको रसीद नहीं मिली। हमने बात कर ली है सब लोगों से।
And now, viewers, let us also take a look at this ground report that was filed by my colleague from outside of Ayodhya District Jail, where the Ayodhya Circle Officer Ashutosh Tiwari is currently interrogating the 5 accused.
अयोध्या जिला कारागृह में इस वक्त जो सीओ हैं वो पहुंचे हैं। साफ तौर पर ये टीम जो है यहाँ पर आई है पूछताछ के लिए। 5 आरोपी जो चंदा चोरी के मामले में जेल के अंदर है, उनसे पूछताछ हो रही है। आपको बता दें, इससे पहले अविनाश शुक्ला से पूछताछ हुई थी, उसके बाद उसकी पीसीआर ली गई थी, और अब साफ तौर पर ये देखिए जो 5 आरोपी अन्य हैं उनसे जो पूछताछ है वो की जाएगी। इसी के चलते आज जो यहाँ पे टीम है वो यहाँ पर पहुंची है। साफ आपको बता दें कि अनुकल्प मिश्रा, लवकुश मिश्रा, रामशंकर यादव और टिन्नू करुणेश पांडे, मनीष यादव, इन पांचों से पूछताछ होगी। उसके बाद एक एक करके इनकी जो पीसीआर है वो भी पुलिस लेगी। लेकिन साफ तौर पर जिला कारागार अयोध्या में जो अयोध्या की पुलिस की टीम है वो पहुंच गई, खुद सीओ जो है वो पहुंचे हैं और उसके साथ ही अंदर अब जो पूछताछ है वो की जाएगी। चूंकि इस पूरे मामले से जुड़े कई ऐसे अहम साक्ष्य थे जो कि अविनाश शुक्ला की पीसीआर के दौरान उसने बताए, जिसकी निशानदेही पर अब जो टीम है वो यहाँ पहुंची है और अंदर लगातार उससे जो पूछताछ है वो की जाएगी। पांचों आरोपियों को आमने सामने बैठाकर उनका आमना सामना कराया जाएगा, उनसे पूछताछ की जाएगी। इसके बाद ही इस पूरे केस में, क्योंकि एक के बाद एक लगातार जो डेवलपमेंट है वो देखने को मिल रहा है।
And viewers, Republic was also outside the residence of one of the main accused, Tinu Yadav, and the latest development on that, let's listen into this walk through the ground report that was filed by my colleague as well.
राम मंदिर चंदा चोरी को लेकर जांच का दौर एक तरफ लगातार जारी है। कुछ आरोपियों की गिरफ्तारी हुई है, उनसे पूछताछ भी लगातार हो रही है और उन्हीं आरोपियों में से एक आरोपी के घर के पास दरअसल हम अभी पहुंच चुके हैं। आपको तस्वीरों के जरिए दिखाते हैं, थोड़ा नज़दीक लाएंगे तो आपको और ज़्यादा क्लियर हो पाएगा। ये जो टाइल वाला मकान दिख रहा है आपको, जहाँ पर नीले रंग की ग्रिल्स लगी हुई है, दरअसल यही वो मकान है जहाँ पर टिन्नू यादव और उनका परिवार रहा करता था। देखने में आपको बहुत ज़्यादा बड़ा, बहुत ज़्यादा आलीशान मकान ये नहीं लगने वाला है, लेकिन जानकारियां जिस तरह से निकलकर सामने आ रही है तो उन जानकारियों के मुताबिक कहा यह जा रहा है कि रियल एस्टेट में बड़ा इन्वेस्ट उनकी तरफ से किया गया था। टिन्नू यादव दरअसल वो है जो चंपत राय के बेहद करीबी माना जाते थे। टिन्नू यादव वो हैं जो एक वक्त पे रिक्शा ऑटो चलाया करते थे और दूसरे वक्त में ट्रस्ट के साथ जब वो जुड़े तो फिर उसके बाद उनकी स्थिति और बेहतर होने लगी। हालांकि यहाँ पर आसपास लोगों से बात करने की हमने कोशिश की, कैमरे पर नहीं बोलना चाहते हैं कुछ, लेकिन जानकारियाँ ज़रूर दी है। बात उनके कहने का मतलब ये है कि बिहेवियर अच्छा था, रहन सहन अच्छा था और उनका कहना यह है कि चेंजेस आए थे। अब देखिए क्या गाड़ियां उन्होंने नई खरीदी या फिर पहले से उनके पास कौन सी थी उसको लेकर लोग अभी बोलना नहीं चाह रहे हैं, कुछ बचना चाह रहे हैं, लेकिन उनका कहना यह है कि बिहेवियर फ्रेंडली था और स्टैंडर्ड अच्छा था, सही स्टैंडर्ड के साथ रहते थे। इसके अलावा ये एक मकान देख लीजिए आप, ये मकान जो है ये मनीष यादव का मकान है। ही इज़ ऑल्सो वन ऑफ द आरोपी, वो भी एक आरोपी हैं इस पूरे मैटर में। आज इन लोगों से जाँच भी की जानी है और लगातार पूछताछ का दौर जारी ही रहने वाला है। ये वही मोहल्ला है, इस मोहल्ले में जब आप अंदर आएंगे मेन रोड से समय लगेगा काफ़ी आने में, आपको अंदर तक गाड़ी भी नहीं आएगी। इस तरह की गली है, इस तरह की गली में ऐसे मकान में अगर कोई व्यक्ति रहे तो आप क्या सोच सकते हैं कभी कि कितना गबन उन्होंने किया होगा। तो छुपाने की यहाँ पर कोशिश क्या की गई थी, क्योंकि देखिए मकान में तो ऐसा कुछ लग नहीं रहा है कि बहुत ज़्यादा कुछ पैसा लगाया गया हो, सिर्फ इतना सा एरिया बताया जा रहा है। ये टाइल वाला मकान है, ब्लू कलर की ग्रिल्स है, जहाँ पर टिन्नू यादव और उनका परिवार रहा करता था। अभी भी उनका परिवार यहीं पर रह रहा है। तो इस पर देखिए और भी अपडेट्स और भी इनपुट्स हम निकालने की कोशिश करते हैं। अगर यहाँ पर नेबर्स से बात हो पाए कि किस तरह का उनका रहन सहन था, कैसे गैजेट्स का इस्तेमाल करते थे, क्या कपड़े पहना करते थे, क्या चेंजेस कितने आए थे, पहले किस तरह से रहा करते थे, ट्रस्ट से जुड़ने के बाद किस तरह से रहने लगे थे, उन चेंजेस को लेकर भी लगातार हमारी तफ्तीश यहाँ पर जारी है।
And now viewers, let us turn our attention to another top story. Members of the Tibetan community in exile gathered in Shimla on Saturday to hold a candlelight peace march and emotional vigil. The demonstration was organized to pay tribute to the Tibetan freedom activist Lobga Rangzin, who tragically self-immolated outside the United Nations headquarters in New York on July 2 in a harrowing protest against Chinese policies in Tibet. Let's take a look at this report.
This is now very sad that in front of the United Nations, our brother has, did his burned himself for the cause of Tibet. And the good thing and the proud thing that we see is, we don't blast the embassies, or we don't kill anyone, or we don't harm anyone, but we just, sacrifice ourselves for our cause. So this is what he did, our brother, in front of the United Nations. But as I said again, it's very sad for us that United Nations is, is totally blind, seeing the suppression and all the brutal that China have done for so long, and that's why he is so desperate, and he just self burn himself.
How do you see what is your demand now that we see different community gathered here, all including monks, holding a candlelight vigil? On the contrary, when we see His Holiness the Dalai Lama, he has been talking non-violence,
certainly
spreading free peace across the globe. But what Tibetan community people are forced to do is killing themselves, doing self-immolation. It is against His Holiness the preachings as well. So how do you see it?
Really, see, now as I said, as His Holiness has chosen the middle way path. So that's why we, all the Tibetans all over the world, we don't go for violence at all. But when we say non-violence, well, we can, just to realize them, only then we can hurt ourselves and then show it that, yes, how sad we are, and this is the reason. And not only this is the reason, recently on the 1st of July, the Chinese, they have just bring the new bill, which is the ethnic unity law. But this is not only sad for our people in Tibet, but it's a threat for all over the world, for everyone who speaks against China, or he speaks for Tibet, or who speaks about Dalai Lama. So because of to boycott that ethnic law, he just gave his life for that.
会，下面请提问。
谢谢发言人，北京日报记者提问。
有关国家抱守意识形态偏见，出于政治操弄，对中国经济社会发展和人权治理成就视而不见，以偏概全，恶意诋毁中国民族政策，炮制散播虚假信息，粗暴干涉中国内政，破坏中国民族团结，中方对此坚决反对。我们敦促有关国家尊重基本事实，停止散布谎言，停止炒作所谓民族问题，干涉中国内政。我们注意到有关报道，相信有关国家会按照本国法律处理。我们要强调的是，西藏自古以来就是中国领土不可分割的一部分。
So we are Tibetans in exile. We have lost our land in 1959. Since that, we have all moved to India and all the neighboring countries as a refugee. And it has been like 158 martyrs who have sacrificed their body for so that they can gain the attention from the world, from the United Nations, so that they can support us. And right now, on the 2nd July 2026, one of our martyrs, Mr. Lobka Rangzela, he has self-immolated himself in front of United Nations office in the New York City, so that he can gain some attention from the world to support us. And on the top of it, on the 1st of July, the Chinese government has implemented a law. The law is called the Law of Ethnic Unity and Progress, which simply means one country, one language, which means that all the people who are living in Chinese, either they are the mainland people or they are the people in under people occupied by the Chinese government, such as Tibetan, Uyghur Muslims, and some part of Mongolian. We all have to speak Chinese language, be it in the school or be it in the market while doing businesses, or during our daily day-to-day livelihood. We have to speak Chinese Mandarin language, which is a kind of sad to us, because it clearly shows that they are trying to remove our culture, our religion from the world. Since if you start speaking in Mandarin language, slowly the new generation, because Mandarin will be compulsory in the school, which means the new generation will forget their language, their culture. It slowly means like they are trying to remove the whole nation.
With that, we come to the end of this bulletin, but we'll continue to track more stories for you on the other side. Coming up after a very short break, Civic Apathy claims another life in Mumbai. A 63-year-old has been killed as a tree fell on him. Coming up next.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk tonight about an incident where an FIR got registered against 4 people. This is an incident which has happened in Madhya Pradesh, in Ujjain, and there is this strange video which shows a van suspended about 40 feet in the air. And it's suspended with a crane, some kind of a huge big crane. And there are explosives which are put inside this van, and then the van is detonated. Watch this very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. This is apparently during a Muharram procession, where the organizers fill a car with explosives, lift it 40 feet in the air with explosives, put a slogan on the vehicle saying, "Le fir aage," which means, "Look, we are back." And then they explode the van. And at that point of time, there are posters put, there's a lot of mayhem. It's also seen in the video that there are 2 people who are waving red flags before the blast, and the car is detonated mid-air amidst the spectators. There are videos from an Instagram account which also show a young man performing other explosion-related stunts, such as filling a drum with explosives and blasting it. And there are intense explosives used out there. This is all a celebration of explosions. These are not fireworks, let me tell you this, viewers. Now, the police arrested the accused, and there was a procession of the accused also taken out. The accused identified as one Shoaib, Zahid Khan and Taslim. Shoaib organized the event, and Zahid and Taslim were the ones waving the flag while standing on the vehicle before the vehicle was blown up. This is what has happened. And this is the strangest and most dangerous incident that has happened, because we don't know what is the message that they were trying to send by carrying out a car explosion. Please look at these pictures with concern. A crane hoists a car 50 feet into the air, and a mock terrorist attack is carried out. A hanging enacted with little purpose connecting the act to the occasion. There was an attempt at some kind.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Man's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover 2 lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time. And now he's in a big trap. He's doing everything possible to save his job, but it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age. But there's a distinct difference in facial appearance. I'd like to show you a picture of Bhagwant Mann at present, which is about 52, 53 years old. And Bhagwant Mann on the other side at the age of 39, when he was a performer. Well, he is still a performer in a way. But there's a distinct physical difference. He's put on a lot of weight. His face is much more puffy. He's older. He's wearing a turban. He was not wearing a turban at that time. Not always, at least. Not always photographed with a turban. And so there's a distinct difference. So if you see the picture of the younger Bhagwant Mann, you'd actually have a blink and miss moment. Is this the same guy, you'd say? We all age, but some people, their appearance changes.
A very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic. I'm Chongtham Amrita, and in the major story that we're tracking for you today, another man has been killed due to civic negligence in Mumbai as a tree fell on him, and the monsoon season continues to expose major structural lapses in the city, and we are tracking all of these details as now 4+ people have been killed due to the negligence of the administration. We'll get all of this and more, but first take a look at the headlines. Civic apathy claims another life in Mumbai. 63-year-old killed after tree falls on shop amid heavy rains. Total shutdown in POK's Muzaffarabad. Markets closed, roads deserted amid protests against Pakistan's army and civilian government. Government issues stern notice to Meta on child sexual exploitative and abuse material in paid ads in Instagram. Detailed explanation demanded in 7 days. Vishwa Hindu Parishad asks police to investigate claims by opposition leaders on Ram Mandir donation theft. Ayodhya police interrogates 5 accused inside jail. Anti-terror crackdown operation underway in J&K Shopian after 2 terrorists were spotted in the Mandir area comprising of 7 villages. Viewers, a major story of the day. A tree fell on a shop in Nopada near Hindi BMC school in Mumbai, where a man was injured and shifted to the Fauziya hospital. As per the information that we're tracking so far, the man has been identified as Yunus Kundwala. He's aged about 63 years and he was declared dead, brought dead at the hospital. Another instance of civic apathy and negligence by the administration as the onset of monsoon continues to expose major structural lapses that has continued to kill major people, that has continued to kill its citizens in Maharashtra. This after another tree fell on a man he was about 63 years as per our reports, and he was brought to the Fauziya hospital. He was injured during the incident, and as per his arrival at the hospital, the doctors have declared that he was brought dead. Another man killed. Visuals of the tree falling on the person. Right, I'm also now joined by my colleague Revati, who continues to track this story amidst the incessant rainfall that's being seen in Mumbai. Revati, this another instance that we're tracking, a man has been killed once again that can be attributed to another civic negligence that the onset of the monsoon has exposed. And can you tell us more about the details of this person who has died? We are getting reports that he was 63 years old. A tree fell on him him, and he was dead. He was declared dead before he was even reached the hospital. A very big tragedy once again. Revati.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, but let me be clear on this, that this is just not the first incident. Another incident has also been reported in Mumbai where one more life has been lost due to a tree falling on an individual. So coming to this very incident, this has happened in Naupada, Kurla West, in front of Mumbai Public School, where a 63-year-old Yunus Kundawala was standing, and out of nowhere suddenly a tree falls on him and it has claimed his life. He was rushed to the Fawzia hospital, but he was declared dead. He was declared brought dead by the hospital authorities. So now the question is, what are authorities really up to, or what is the cost of the lives of Mumbaikars? Because now this is not just the first incident. In the entire day, more than 15 tree falling incidents have been reported in Mumbai, and this is not just the first life which is lost. This is third life which is lost in Mumbai. And now the questions are, or the residents are asking, that did really the pre-monsoon works take place in Mumbai? Because now, even though the compensation is given, this man's family, Yunus Kundawala's family, has also been given 5 lakh rupees compensation, which is announced by Mayor Ritu Taude. But is compensation really enough? Because on the other hand, one life is lost. So pre-monsoon works where the 60 to 70-year-old trees shall be shed, or they shall be cut. These works haven't been completed, or they are now being cut. So now the question is, are really pre-monsoon works done in Mumbai? Over to you.
Right, thank you so much for all of those inputs, Revati, and we'll continue to track the story and continue to raise these alarms for the public. And now, viewers, we shift our attention. A red alert has been sounded for Mumbai, for Thane, for Palghar and the Konkan belt for the next 24 hours as torrential monsoon rains throw normal life out of gear. Now, forecasters have warned of isolated extremely heavy downpours coupled with damaging gusty winds reaching up to 60 kilometers per hour. Let's take a look at this report for more.
Monsoon fury unleashes over the city as Mumbai and its neighbouring districts are on high alert as torrential rains continue in the region, throwing normal life out of gear on Sunday. The India Meteorological Department has issued a red alert for Mumbai, Thane, Palghar and the Konkan belt. Forecasters warn of isolated extremely heavy downpours coupled with damaging gusty winds reaching up to 60 kilometers per hour. On the roads, key transit points like the Bhandop area are reporting structural damage, including road cave-ins. Meanwhile, flight operations at Mumbai airport remain under close watch as visibility drops. Authorities urge citizens to stay indoors and monitor live updates before stepping out. In the last 24 hours, rainfall was recorded at 183 millimeters in the city area, 185 millimeters in the western suburbs and 216 millimeters in the eastern suburbs.
And viewers, in a major crackdown on Meta, the Indian government has now issued a stern notice to Meta on the child sexual exploitative and abuse material that was found in paid advertisements on Instagram. And now viewers, the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology has ordered Instagram to disable all of these ads and content promoting access to child abuse material. The government has also demanded a detailed explanation within 7 days. A major crackdown against Meta. The government has pulled up Meta on this child sexual exploitative and abuse material that was present in the paid advertisements on Instagram, and the government has given Meta a 7 days period to give an explanation for this. The latest that we're tracking as the Meta company continues to be pulled up and by the government after its various rolled out features, and now the Instagram ads being pulled up by the ministry over child abuse materials being present in some of the advertised ads. And viewers, from that we move on to another major story that's coming in. A major humanitarian emergency is unfolding at Malé in Maldives, where 20 Indian seafarers remain stranded in life-threatening conditions amid rough seas and deteriorating safety. Now, according to the reports, the crew has been left without adequate food, drinking water, fuel and other essential supplies, raising serious concerns over their survival. The crisis has worsened as the vessel has reportedly lost its anchor. Now, in an urgent intervention, appeals have been made to the government of India, the Indian High Commission in Malé and all concerned authorities to launch an immediate humanitarian response. And now we also have a visual from the crew. The stranded crew has in fact released a distress video pleading for immediate rescue and warning that their lives are in danger. Let's take a listen to that.
Authorities, this is KG1 and this is my own crew. We have two vessels here, first of KG1 and secondary of KL1. We are stuck here for 2 months and we are already in contact with the ITF and we are confirmly informed to ITF, Ministry and foreign ministries, Indian Embassy, everywhere. We need urgently release, urgently provision, everything we need. But nobody here. I complained to ITF also that Indian Embassy also and their customs didn't listen us. Our owner in Malé only, but our owner need agency. Then customs, I don't know why customs didn't approval to that agency, local agency. We need agent. After that, our agent will provide us provision, anchor, everything. So please, this is humble request. Malé anchorage. Thank you.
And now, viewers, we move on to another story. The members of the Tibetan community in exile gathered in Shimla on Saturday to hold a candlelight peace march and emotional vigil. The demonstration was organized to pay tribute to Tibetan freedom activist Lobga Rangzin, who tragically self-immolated outside the United Nations headquarters in New York on July 2 in a harrowing protest against Chinese policies in Tibet. Let's take a look at this detailed report for more.
This is now very sad that in front of the United Nations, our brother has, did his burned himself for the cause of Tibet. And the good thing and the proud thing that we see is, we don't blast the embassies, or we don't kill anyone, or we don't harm anyone. But we just, sacrifice ourselves for our cause. So this is what he did, our brother, in front of the United Nations. But as I said again, it's very sad for us that the United Nations is, is totally blind, seeing the suppression and all the brutal that China have done for so long, and that's why he is so desperate and he just like self burn himself.
How do you see what is your demand now as the citizen community gathered here all holding a candlelight vigil? On the contrary, when we see His Holiness the Dalai Lama, he has been talking non-violence,
certainly
spreading free peace across the globe. But what Tibetan community people are forced to do is killing themselves, doing self-immolation. It goes against His Holiness the preachings as well. So how do you see it?
Really see now as I said, as His Holiness has chosen the middle way path. So that's why we, all the Tibetans all over the world, we don't go for violence at all. But when we say non-violence, well, we can, just realize them, only then we can hurt ourselves and then show it that, yes, how sad we are, and this is the reason. And not only this is the reason, recently on the 1st of July, the Chinese, they have just bring the new bill, which is the ethnic unity law. But this is not only sad for our people in Tibet, but it's a threat for all over the world, for everyone who speaks against China, or he speaks for Tibet, or who speaks about Dalai Lama. So because of to boycott that ethnic law, he just gave his life for that.
会，下面请提问。
谢谢发言人。北京日报记者提问。
有关国家抱守意识形态偏见，出于政治操弄，对中国经济社会发展和人权治理成就视而不见，以偏概全，恶意诋毁中国民族政策，炮制散播虚假信息，粗暴干涉中国内政，破坏中国民族团结，中方对此坚决反对。我们敦促有关国家尊重基本事实，停止散布谎言，停止炒作所谓民族问题，干涉中国内政。我们注意到有关报道，相信有关国家会按照本国法律处理。我们要强调的是，西藏自古以来就是中国领土不可分割的一部分。
So we are Tibetans in exile. We have lost our land in 1959. Since that, we have all moved to India and all the neighboring countries as a refugee. And it has been like 158 martyrs who have sacrificed their body for so that they can gain the attention from the world, from the United Nations, so that they can support us. And right now, on the 2nd July 2026, one of our martyr, Mr. Lobwa Rangzela, he has self-immolated himself in front of United Nations office in the New York City so that he can gain some attention from the world to support us. And on the top of it, on the 1st of July, the Chinese government has implemented a law. The law is called the Law of Ethnic Unity and Progress, which simply means one country, one language, which means that all the people who are living in Chinese, either they are the mainland people or they are the people in under people occupied by the Chinese government, such as Tibetan, Uyghur Muslims, and some part of Mongolian. We all have to speak Chinese language, be it in the school or be it in the market while doing businesses or during our daily day-to-day livelihood. We have to speak Chinese Mandarin language, which is a kind of sad to us because it clearly shows that they are trying to remove our culture, our religion from the world. Since if you start speaking in Mandarin language, slowly the new generations, because Mandarin will be compulsory in the school, which means the new generation will forget their language, their culture. It slowly means like they are trying to remove the whole nation.
Viewers, now we have another major breaking news coming in. The Delhi airport has issued advisory on weather disruption. Now, due to inclement weather conditions in Delhi, flight operations are impacted at Delhi airport. And now the announcement has said that the on-ground teams are working diligently with all stakeholders to ensure a seamless and efficient passenger experience. And also, the passengers have been advised to consider alternative modes of transport, including Delhi Metro, to reach the airport and avoid potential delays. Now, for the latest flight information, passengers have been advised to contact their respective airlines for any cancellations or delays. This after inclement weather has continued to disrupt flight operations in Delhi. And Delhi airport has issued the advisory on the weather disruption, and the passengers have been advised to take safe passage to the Delhi airport and also to contact the respective airlines for any reports of cancellations or delays. And now, viewers, moving on to another story. The United States celebrated its monumental 250th Independence Day, a historic semi-quincentennial milestone marking 2.5 centuries since the Declaration of Independence. Now, viewers, the milestone event brought a weekend of unprecedented scale featuring massive patriotic ceremonies, record-breaking fireworks display, the launch of the Great American State Fair. Now, addressing the Americans, President Donald Trump's address highlighted the national sovereignty, the constitutional preservation, and also the spirit of American innovation. Now, he also outlined a powerful vision for the next 250 years of American liberty, heritage, and economic dominance. Here's a report. Let's take a look.
The United States' 250th Independence Day milestone celebrations kicked off with high drama as President Donald Trump traveled to South Dakota to deliver a highly anticipated address. Speaking before a massive fireworks display, the president used the backdrop of the iconic stone faces of Mount Rushmore to deliver a sharp message targeting communism and Marxist lies. Donald Trump urged the preservation of traditional American heritage. A massive public-private initiative spearheaded by the White House, the cornerstone of the DC celebration was the Great American State Fair. The fair was a sprawling village of tented pavilions and marquees representing individual states and US territories, flanked by a massive Ferris wheel. The scale of the Freedom 250 celebration was designed to be the most unforgettable birthday party any country has ever seen. Organizers and visitors faced immediate, grueling challenges of scorching heat, followed by rain and storm. Meanwhile, no amount of heat or rain could prevent people from celebrating America's 250th birthday, even after evacuation orders were issued earlier in the day. The president, in his speech, reflected on country's history, honored veterans, and promoted the Save America Act during his address.
America is back, and we want to keep America great, and we will do so by approving the Save America Act, which means all voters must show voter ID. Our rise to being the world's strongest and most powerful nation was no accident of history. We rebuilt our military in my first term, but we use it, and we've had tremendous success. You look at Venezuela, you look at Iran, we wiped out their military.
For the millions of citizens celebrating across the country, the day served as an active reflection on the 250th year of liberty and the ongoing complex journey towards a more perfect union.
And viewers, with that, we come to the end of this bulletin, but we'll continue to track more stories for you on the other side. Coming up next, civic apathy claims another life in Mumbai. 63-year-old killed after a tree fell on him. Coming up next.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, sorry.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show. This is my show. Stop waving to your fans. Be modest. Now everybody look. अरे आप politician हो. आप politician हो. आप ये क्या कर रहे हो? This is too much.
आपने बोला humble हो, मैं humble हो रहा हूँ।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान। अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk tonight about an incident where an FIR got registered against 4 people. This is an incident which has happened in Madhya Pradesh, in Ujjain, and there is this strange video which shows a van suspended about 40 feet in the air, and it's suspended with a crane, some kind of a huge big crane, and there are explosives which are put inside this van, and then the van is detonated. Watch this very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. This is apparently during a Muharram procession, where the organizers fill a car with explosives, lift it 40 feet in the air with explosives, put a slogan on the vehicle saying, "Le fir aage."
I flew down to the valley. I spent 2 weeks at San Francisco and the Bay Area. Had multiple, let's say, attracting the West people back to
This is a good story. Sarvam goes poaching in the Bay Area. Very nice.
I have had this view that as we grow from a 3 to 4 to then we jump up to 9, 10 trillion, 20, 30 trillion economy, which is an inevitability. We will no longer be a subject of curiosity or intrigue for the world, but we'll be seen as a threat, a competitor, a rival in a real sense.
I think at the global stage, AI has become a matter of national, let's call it concern. Tech leaders, right, whether it is a Dario from Anthropic or a Demis from DeepMind, I think they're frankly like us, like techies, right? They're deeply interested to understand what we did. In fact, Demis, we had a little chat and he said, "How did you build the model? What did you do? That's good. You were able to do this, that, and so on." Right? So I think at their level, I think we are sort of like explorers.
Welcome to yet another episode of the new business of life driven by Mercedes. In the course of the last 6 episodes, we met people who are achievers in different areas. We met innovators, businessmen, chefs, musicians, and each one of them has brought their own individual facet to the work they do. And what has defined them is that they brought novelty to whatever they have done. I found that each one of them has broken the mold, and breaking the mold becomes very essential if you want to really stand out. And I think that's what separates the wheat from the chaff. I've been looking at stories, I've been meeting people, and I try to assess in the course of these episodes, what is it that makes them different? And as you know, viewers, our network, the Republic Media Network, is driven by a philosophy of nation first. I wanted to do this last episode of this series with someone who defines nationalism in the contemporary sense. And no, I'm not talking of a thinker, I'm talking of an executor. I'm not talking about a theorist. I'm talking about someone who's building a company from ground zero. And I'm not talking about somebody who's doing brick and mortar. I'm not talking of a dynast. I'm not talking of someone who's inherited thousands of crores. I'm talking about someone with a middle class background who is working on a mission mode to change what technology means for the country. Someone who says that from the soil of India, we can challenge every global giant. And so I'm very excited to meet and introduce you all and shake hands with Pratyush Kumar.
Hi, Arnab.
Pratyush, what a pleasure it is to meet you.
Likewise, likewise.
I just said to everyone here today that, what defines you as different is the fact that you're starting your story ground zero.
Right.
You're building everything from scratch.
Right.
And if you're successful, if you manage to do what you're set out to do,
right,
you will change the technology map of this country forever.
That's the opportunity. That's
Yeah.
the opportunity. This is a defining space,
Yeah.
and we have that opportunity.
Yeah. And tell me a little bit about your space. By the way, viewers, a short introduction. Pratyush is one of the 2 co-founders of this beautiful new company working out of Bengaluru and Chennai called Sarvamai. He's in the news these days because he's raised a large round, but he's raised some $250 million or that equivalent. But for me, that's not the reason why that makes him what he is. It's because he has a chance. He has a chance, and he thinks he has a chance of creating India's first sovereign AI model in that sense. So can you introduce yourself in a short sense for all our viewers?
Yeah, no.
Did I get that broadly
No,
right?
absolutely. So, I mean, the fundraise is just incidental. I think the mission is that can we have a consequential AI company out of the country where AI is the most defining technology of our times, right? And as opposed to building on top of existing models, the intent is can we build the core layer, the model itself, right? And we are familiar with this, right? There are different platforms that get built globally, and we become very adept users of them and create value on top. And that's very, very important. But we often don't have platform companies that can actually own the core technology, which is where value at global scale emerges. So the question is, can we have that kind of a company in India? It's primarily R&D. Can we do deep tech research that is globally competitive? It's a fiercely competitive space globally. Can we build these models out of India? And then can we build the application layer, take it everywhere, make it work for Indian languages, make it work for Indian enterprises, and really show that this is how you can create value.
So who's your competition in that sense? I mean, everyone defines their competition. At a global level or in India, who would be your competitors?
Look, so in terms of model building, there are, of course, companies like OpenAI, Anthropic in the US who are building sort of closed models, which are being very actively being adopted globally, including in India. India is, in fact, one of the larger user bases of these companies. And then there are companies in China which are building open source models. You might have heard about DeepSeek. You might have heard about Kimi, or the new model that is out there, and so on. So these are all the model companies, but there are a handful of them. There's maybe a dozen important model companies globally, and the goal is to have models that can compete with them. But while that is at the model layer, we're also very interested in building the applications, right? Because you're seeing this play out, right? Companies are building what they call deployment companies.
What are deployment companies?
How do you take a model which is great and make it actually work for an organization where there is technology involved even in the last mile? So you can have what is called AI tokens, but how do I get AI ROI? Right? And that requires people on the ground solving problems. We are also deeply invested in that layer. And there, the earlier world of doing things was to have IT services, but now there is a more deep tech frontier effort to go solve problems.
So all three areas you work in?
Yes.
And so does this take a lot of money? Something like this? I mean, you've raised money. Is it a money game or is it a mind game?
These are the two real things that are required. You need minds because this is about talent.
Yes.
You're trying to solve bespoke problems that are not known in terms of how to navigate it.
Yes.
But it needs capital because you are doing research on these very large systems. A single run can take tens of millions of dollars. Think of it like experiments. Somebody's running and they're expensive. So capital is important. Capital is also important because once you have the capital, you have the scale of compute, which can then also be used to create revenue pools. It's really an aggregation game. So both mind and money are very important, and the scales are unprecedented. What you would have done in an internet age company to what you're doing in an AI age company, there are a couple of zeros that have gotten added, right?
Wow.
And that's what we need to get right.
So I get the feeling that you're like inside the rocket and it's blast off time is coming for you. Does it feel that way? That
Absolutely.
You've just been planning for this and now you are ready to...
In fact, I think of it as very similarly but differently. I was thinking of like an F1 race. There are times when you're hitting a straight and you need to just ram the accelerator, right? And there are times that you're taking a turn, you need to be more circumspect. Now it's a straight line.
Well, I think you've got a steady head on your shoulders, so you'll get there. Okay, let's take a drive down.
Sure.
Let's see which Merc we've got for us. Thank you.
Our drive, the temperature outside was 40 degrees with an effective temperature of 51 degrees according to the newspapers.
51?
Given the humidity. And, I believe these things are meant to scare us. We never read all these statistics earlier when we were kids. I'm sure Delhi was as hot.
Yeah.
But it's hot. And you've come from Chennai. So how was Chennai?
Chennai is not bad. We are just about starting to get rains, right? But it's more humid, as you know, right? But a lovely campus here.
Thank you.
Did you sort of like?
You built it from scratch.
Built it from scratch. You're talking about scratch.
Everything is scratch.
Right.
So our life has been in a construction. This was a whole construction area site till a few months back. So it's all red brick and it's nice. It gives us space. It's a lot of greenery.
Yeah. As character, right?
Character and space, and we are able to breathe. So I used to work in Mumbai. I stayed in Mumbai 18 years as an editor. And Mumbai has many advantages, but certainly not space. So for me, this is all very refreshing. The ability to come out and take a walk in your own campus, to drive around an area without any jams is all very new to me. So I think there are many pluses of being in this side of NCR. And there are pluses and minuses everywhere. But I begun to get used to this area because my father was in the army. So we were in cantonments, and cantonments have more open space. So I had this longing for open space, which I missed the last 18 years in Bombay. So I'm happy. So we'll just take a little drive. So Pratyush, I'm very interested and excited to know about your life and your area. More than that, I'm very keen to know about AI, what it can do to the country. And I want people to know about your company and what you do, because, you are cutting edge technology for the country. If you are successful, a lot of things can happen. Okay. So just before we start about Sarvam, in the new business of life, I need people to get to know what makes an entrepreneur. So you are an IIT graduate, right?
That's right. I studied at IIT Bombay.
You were at IIT Bombay.
Yes.
Then you started working immediately?
No. I did a PhD.
You did a PhD
in systems engineering, as it's called. It's computer science.
From where?
From ETH Zurich. Right?
Okay. You went straight to ETH Zurich?
That's right.
How many years did it take you?
It took me about 4 years.
4 years after you. So that's quick.
Right.
That's very quick. That's a master's and PhD combined?
I did what's called a dual degree at IIT Bombay.
Okay.
So I had a bachelor's and master's from IIT Bombay.
How long did it take you?
That took 5 years.
Okay.
Right? And then a PhD of 4 years.
So PhD of 4 years. And can you tell the people watching this program the subject of your dissertation?
Yeah, so it was, see, we are all used to software, right? That is all the code that is running a car like this. And so, in fact, the car is a great example because on the car, you need software that is extremely reliable. And so it's not just about the fact that it does what it does in the lab or in the simulator, but when you put it in the car, it just works reliably. So there is what is called formal verification that is required for systems on the software side, and that is what I was working on. How do you make reliable systems?
How do you build reliable systems? Which means when a system is built as opposed to when it is applied.
Yeah, in other words, a computer scientist is very used to writing code on a computer, right? But the way it's used is when it's put in a system like this.
So that was your dissertation.
That's right. So it's
a lot of application,
a lot of hard engineering, as opposed to I come from an electrical engineering background, and that is one discipline that teaches you both sides of the aisle. You learn a lot of math.
Why did you choose ETH, right?
Yeah.
ETH Zurich.
Yes.
What's the full form of ETH?
It's in German. It's an institute name, just like we have IIT, right? It's for the place. It mentions the place.
Why did you choose Zurich and not the US?
Which
is where most IITians go. Even you could have gone to MIT. You could have gone to which are the others? Yale, Stanford, and MIT. Yeah.
So I mean, I was in Switzerland for an internship. Interestingly, when I was still an undergrad at IIT Bombay, and I really liked the place. As you can imagine, it's a beautiful country, and it still had cutting edge. So ETH Zurich is actually one of the topmost universities globally, right? It's in the top 10. So the combination of finding and by the way, a PhD is very much a relationship with your guide as opposed to with the guide? Institute. Yeah, I have a lovely guide. I mean, learned so much in life from him. So that German rigor and being low key and getting things done and being disciplined is a guy called Lothar Thiele, prolific researcher, but really a great human being. And I think that is also very important. It becomes your defining feature.
It does. So when you did that and you did your 4 years flat and then you came back immediately or worked there?
Yeah, so I came back immediately. I joined IBM Research in Bangalore, and I spent
in what role?
As a researcher. There are various research roles around global accounts that IBM has, right? And sort of worked there for about 2 years.
Okay.
And I decided to. I was always in the lookout for what is the deepest tech happening in India, right? Where can you sort of like do more? Because I was very interested in making it happen here, and then felt that maybe the right approach could be to build, to teach and build myself, and so decided to join IIT Madras.
So IIT Madras as a
faculty. Yes, as a professor. I spent 3.5 years there, and taught computer science. I started a lab called AI for Bharat at IIT Madras, and the whole intent was, can we build AI in India? Right?
Which year is this?
2017, 2018, right? I started the lab. And maybe closer to 2019, and then sort of scaled it up. We were lucky to show some good results. In fact, it was interesting. Because at that time, this concept of AI was just starting off, right? OpenAI, just for reference, was founded in 2015.
Yes.
And there were initial signs coming through that it would work. The Transformer paper that is very popular was out there. So I first started out teaching deep learning online with a colleague of mine, Mitesh Kapra. And we taught about 50,000 folks online.
Online on what?
On AI. How do you build AI? Very hands-on.
Okay.
Completely.
And who are your students?
Anybody and everybody. So we had it completely. It was an affordable course, 1,000 rupees for a 60-hour course. And there were kids who did it from college. There were experienced people in companies who joined it, etc. And so we made some amount of money from there, which we then invested into AI for Bharat. The intent was, let's make AI grounds up. We showed some good results, and then we were lucky to get some funding. Nandan Nilekani and his team funded through their philanthropic efforts, and we were able to scale that out and show some good results.
Which year is this? Did you raise your first round?
This was not around, this was a lab. Okay. So essentially, this is
supporting
an IIT
the
Madras.
initiative within IIT Madras.
Yeah, so there is now a Nandan Nilekani lab for AI for Bharat.
That is still running.
That is still running.
And they are still doing that work. Mitesh is still there.
Mitesh is still there. Is in fact he's now also looking a lot at AI for education. He's sort of looking at the applied side of things as well. He's starting something called Bodhan AI, which is all about how do you do fundamental work in AI for education. So that lab continues and continues to do good work.
So at what stage did the game change?
See,
how did the thought of Sarvam come up?
Yeah.
And what was AI for Bharat doing, Pratyush? You were working on what? Indian languages? I just want to understand, what was your puzzle? What was your challenge there?
See, what's happened is, so the AI as a field has been around for many decades. It's a foundational field, ideas all the way back to 1950s and so on. It was almost like sort of like a theoretical idea for many decades, and then became significant early 2000s. Lots of systems were built once the internet age companies came, right? But still, there was a lot that was bespoke. There was a lot that was technically mathematical and so on. What happened in the 2010s is that it became an engineering field. It became about not coming up necessarily with one or two small ideas, but running big systems and running them at scale and finding the value at it. So, for example, translation between, let's say, Bengali and Tamil would be a puzzle that you would solve in 2010s. And the way you would do that is collect small amounts of data, create nice theories about what language is, how translation occurs, and then create it. What you would do in the 2010s is to say, no, I need a million pairs of sentences, which are a Bengali sentence and a Tamil sentence, and put them together. And I'm going to just show this to a model, say nothing else, and the model will learn. Our goal was to prove that in India, right? So we proved that for translation. We were able to build systems in translation that could do as well as any other offering, including from, let's say, Google Translate and so on. And we did it with much lesser budget because we could mine the web to understand how language works, right? Yes. That transition was what we were able to prove at AI for Bharat. But I realized that you need to take that scale up multiple orders of magnitude more.
Why?
Just because these AI models continue to show value at much larger scales. Even today, we don't fully understand the limits of, as so to say, scale these models. And that is what we had to test out. And I had to test it out with more capital, and it needed a company.
So then you started a company in which year?
2023.
2023.
Yes.
So you broke away solo?
Yeah, I mean, so it was with Vivek Raghavan, my co-founder, right? So, of course, Mitesh is a very strong collaborator.
Did you feel bad leaving the previous setup in IIT Madras?
So I continue to be involved.
Even now?
Even I am still an adjunct faculty, and in fact, I was in the campus last week as well. There is involvement, but see, the whole mission needed a different version of it. The same goal, right? That same AI for Bharat goal. We needed a different version, and the version was, hey, we need more capital. How do we get it? And let's raise venture capital and build a company, right? And Vivek, by the way, my co-founder, who comes with the background of building Aadhaar for 15 years,
he's low profile.
Yes, he's low profile, but like deeply significant in what India has built in the technology
How did
space.
you choose your co-founder?
We were working together.
How do things like that happen?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. So he's more responsible. So he's the one who instigated me to create Sarvam, right? So we were working together
Explain
at AI.
instigate.
Yeah, so we were doing AI for Bharat. I was also sort of like spending some time at Microsoft Research. And he was like, come on, yaar, abhi ChatGPT ho gaya hai. To hame kuch karna hai, right? So, and I was like doing my thing as a middle class, as you said. And he said, let's form a company, let's go. And as he says, he was the crazier one at that time, and now I've taken that over. I'm the crazier one now. But he was the one who sort of like seeded that thought that, okay, others are doing whatever they're doing. You are much more open about it. Let's go build something. We had no clue what we were getting into. I had no clue what building a company meant, how much effort it takes.
I'm telling you, that's a good thing.
Otherwise, it would be a barrier to entry.
This is one very important thing. Can I pause here? I always feel, because I built a company from scratch myself, that thank God I didn't know
what it takes.
Thank God I didn't know even 1% of what I needed to know because I would have never taken the plunge.
Yeah.
And, that's why I now feel that this analysis paralysis, I always tell people, who want to get everything right on paper, that God damn it, it will never be right on paper.
Correct.
Move on, get on. Do it or don't.
Yeah.
Don't keep thinking, planning and all that, right?
Yes.
So others, there's no audacity to this whole effort.
Yes.
So I'm with you on that. Yeah. So what is the big dream that you're working towards? Pratyush, what is your mission? You just told me when we had a cup of coffee before coming into the shoot that you're working in mission mode. What is your mission?
Yeah, so what I feel is, frankly, we are a fairly old civilization, right? And still a very young country, right? So if you just put these two together, it's important that we be a significantly self-driven country where we are able to do things as we see right? And one of the fields of play globally is technology. You need to have the ability in technology to master it, use it, and wield whatever goals that you would like to go towards, right? I feel in technology we have not been able to do that, right? Whether it was the earlier mainframe era, whether it was the internet era, whether it was the social media era, we haven't.
But we did it in space. Do you think we're getting there in space?
I think so. I think there are a lot of green shoots in space, and I'm very bullish. It's a great frontier, and I think there's a lot that India can do. So there's a lot of energy. I'm very, very hopeful that we'll do that, right? But in some sense, that's sort of like the testament, right? We're sort of growing up now as a country to take on those challenges, and I think my sense is that if you don't build the core foundation of a technological revolution, you play in the margins. My mission is to be able to do that in AI, build a consequential company in India that can be globally relevant in AI.
All these foreign funds investing into you, will you remain an Indian company, and will your success positively influence India? If so, how?
See, while I'm deeply passionate about working with a mission for doing good for India, I think it comes with the fact that we should get the best of the world towards this mission, right? And capital is one such thing that the West is able to deploy in missions that matter or value creating pockets, right? So I think capital is an interesting thing. We could talk more about it. I think we started off the company raising from venture capitalists, mindful going ahead that we'll be a significant player in the Indian ecosystem, would look to be raising money in India significantly, and also sort of like retain the sovereign control of what we are doing in the company, right? So in that sense, I think it gets driven by the leadership, including the founders, as to how companies run, right? What this means for India, I think maybe it's early to be grandiose about it. But frankly speaking, we need a company that can provide no regret alternatives to offerings from across the world, right? And this is not a 1 quarter, 1 year journey. It's really incessantly over the next multiple decades be on the frontier, right? And we need to just put together the mechanism to do that, and that's how I see it. And
so at this particular stage, have we done enough? I mean, can we admit that we are way behind the Chinese? And if so, why? Why did we get way behind the Chinese? Is it only capital, or is it our focus? Or have we become, have we become a country which is very happy being the BPO capital of the world, being the IT services capital of the world? We've been so complacent there, in that area. Perhaps we're not getting it right. I mean, is there... Do you think about that?
No, firstly, I think it's important to know that we are behind. Right?
We are behind.
Behind, right? So we would at Sarvam in the next 6 months train a trillion parameter model, and these models are characterized by how big they are. The bigger they are, the more capable, right? And a trillion is like a globally reasonable sized model today, right? And we'll take 6 months to get there. We've only trained 100 billion parameters, so we are behind, right? And the good thing is that now we have a shot at being competitive, right? And it's important to crash those those lead times. Today we are, let's say, 6 to 12 months behind, right? How do we crash this, make this 3 months, 4 months? That should
Do
be
you
the
that
endeavor.
mean you work harder?
Of course, we have to work harder. We have to raise more and get the best talent from the world to come and build.
Why
for this
should the
mission.
best talent come here?
See, the interesting thing is this, right? Education prepares us for a variety of things, but in building things like AI, you need to have done that. And the number of people who are doing it is select, right, across the world. So experience is sort of determining more the success than, which college you went to, etc. Right? And so
it doesn't matter that you went to IIT Madras or IIT Bombay?
Absolutely doesn't matter. I think, in fact, that's going to be a significant thing going ahead. All that will matter is agency.
Is that?
Is the agency, right?
What do you mean by
agency? You, as an individual, have the agency to go do things?
Huh.
It's not so much about, because you can do crazy stuff with AI, right? So your bar as an individual and what you can achieve is going to just keep compounding as AI gets better. So the only winners are those who will say, I'll go take the hardest challenges.
So you were telling me that some great talent across the world from AI companies is going to come and work for you.
Yeah.
Do you hire people yourself?
Of course.
Do you get involved?
Yeah, of course. Hiring is the highest leverage work, right? At least in the best of best talent. I flew down to the valley. I spent 2 weeks at San Francisco and the Bay Area. Had multiple. Yeah. I mean, let's say attracting the best people back to
This
India.
is a good story. Sarvam goes poaching in the Bay Area. Very nice.
No, we had meetings at Stanford, in the city. A lot of interesting people came.
So you're pitching?
Yes, of course, and it's important to pitch because the knowledge of what is possible.
And
is
who are you
not,
pitching to?
These are folks in existing AI companies in the US, even students and so on, right? All young, right? Average age would be like 25.
Really?
Cohorts of 200, 300 people.
These are people from India?
From India, maybe not, most of them, right? Indian nationals.
But they're keen to come back?
There are many who are keen to come back, right? And I think it will be...
Young people keen to come back?
It's a trickle now. It can become a deluge. If you have a few great companies in India, which can say that, sure, you can be proud to work at a Google or a Microsoft or whatever in India, but if you can create the pride to say, I'm going to build it at Sarvam, and the many other companies that can be formed and build for India at scale, and of course for the world, right?
And for the world also. Why just
Absolutely.
for India?
And that mission, I think, will attract a lot of energy. The geopolitics is perhaps a helping force right now.
Yeah.
Right?
Things are good for us, right?
Yeah.
Right now, people are keen to come back. So you're going to be getting good talent back.
We are going
this becomes so important.
And we'll also open an office there because we for those who need a little bit more time to come, I think it's important to also.
So you'll operate out of there?
Yes.
Right? So you can continue to work for Sarvam by being in Bay Area.
Yes.
And then for some people who want to come back, lock, stock and barrel, you come back.
Yes.
So you give people both options.
Yes.
And people are responding well to you?
They are. And I think that, frankly speaking, we have only touched 1% of people.
Give me a number. How many people are you going to bring back?
See, right away we are looking, even this quarter, looking to hire over 5-6 people, right? So, and these are like top-notch people, right? By the way, the company already enjoys very good talent, right? So we have people who have done IITs.
How many
Google.
people in your company now?
Yeah, about 230 to 40 people.
You see it growing massively now?
We have been growing very rapidly, and I think it will grow further.
Yeah.
Because not only are we building the core R&D, but we're also building the application and the products layers, which can be taken to market, right? And of course, then hiring the go-to-market motion as well. So it's a full stack effort.
Is there now a critical question I would like to ask you so that people take away from this? When an individual and a company over a 9-year period, like you, go from being a campus-based organization and then you launch a company and the company is now 4 years old.
We'll turn 3 next month.
You'll turn 3 next month. Just 3-year-old company, which is growing extremely fast, and it's now pumped with steroids in terms of capital. There's going to be pressure on you to grow.
Yeah.
Do you think about how your life, your approach, your business, the way you handle things, the pressure on you may change? Because it's always different when you're in this creative zone, you're doing things, small capital, everything is fun, experimental, you're growing. And suddenly, you got a lot of people around you. Do you worry about being in a boardroom with a lot of people around you, doing things that may not be your core competence, things that you most enjoy. What about finance? You know, for example, that'll become such a big thing for you now, big money. How do you think you think about it? Do you have any advice for others on it? Are you learning something?
No, I'm learning on the job. So no advice yet. Maybe another couple of years later we can do another show. We'll have more to say. But what I think, two thoughts, right? One is that you need to invest in professional experts of the respective fields, right? It's very, very important. I think I took a little bit longer to get the right set of leaders across verticals, right? The other thing is, and I recollect this because I wrote a note to the team yesterday, Monday morning, and the last line was, this is anyway all a game, right? So I think playing it as a game, it's super hectic for sure. It's a lot of hard work to build something like this, but there's just this feeling that, this is anyway something that there's a bigger picture beyond what this is.
What is the bigger picture?
I mean, a little bit from the spiritual side, right? So we see this all as an experience, and you know that while you're playing a part, your identity is something deeper, right?
So you don't get carried away by valuations and...
I think we are super tiny right now. I think the aspiration, I mean, if this gets to our head, then I think we'll achieve nothing. This has to be super large, right?
Take that as one of the great lessons. Can you repeat that again?
No, I mean, but the steady state needs to be significantly larger, right? I think we are just starting. I think it's very clear that we have just earned the right to doing something. Valuations and so on, I think they don't represent value, right? I think this is an opportunity, right, to do something big, and all the hard work is in front of us, right, to make it happen. Yeah.
One takeaway from me so far, and that would be interesting for all our viewers, is that when you're doing something, don't think about the material outcome. Look at what it will serve in terms of a national and social level, and attach yourself to that, rather than attach yourself to numbers, personal wealth, valuation, IPOs. All these things are also necessary. And it's not like Pratyush is saying that these things are not necessary. This is a natural part of building a business, but don't get overly attached to that, otherwise it'll take you away from your core purpose. Tell me, you went to Pax Silica. You were at this conference representing India in a confederation where maybe there are 40 companies, you said, and how many nations? Maybe a handful of nations. And I feel really proud that you were there. India has just joined Pax Silica. When you see these companies, these global founders, how do they interact with you? Is there curiosity that how come there is an Indian company in the midst? How do they deal with you? And this question is in a specific context. I have had this view that as we grow from a 3 to 4 to then we jump up to 9, 10 trillion and 20, 30 trillion economy, which is an inevitability. I feel that we will no longer be a subject of curiosity or intrigue for the world, but we'll be seen as a threat, a competitor, a rival in a real sense, which we are still not. We only, tiny in terms of GDP compared to their economies. How do they view you as companies? Because as a company also you'll be at a similar scale, but your potential, your headroom to grow is a lot. You may get it right, you may get the right people. The world is becoming flatter in terms of technology. So anybody in a real sense will know that Sarvam has a chance of being an OpenAI in the future or even bigger if they get it right? So, but at the same time, there are limitations because you're doing it from India, access to capital is limited. There are other challenges, regulatory challenges. How do foreign companies and foreign countries view an emerging young AI tech, deep tech startup from India?
Yeah.
What have you experienced?
Experience is probably a better way to say it. It's hard to know how they think about it. So the tech leaders, right, whether it is Dario from Anthropic or a Demis from DeepMind, I think they're frankly like us, like techies, right? They're deeply interested to understand what we did. In fact, Demis, we had a little chat and he said, how did you build the model? What did you do? That's good. You were able to do this, that, and so on, right? So I think at their level, I think we are sort of like explorers, and so you've had that feeling, right? But I do believe that, and we were at G7 also recently, and I think
you were in Paris.
We were in Avian where this thing happened, right? I think at the global stage, AI has become a matter of national, let's call it concern, right? And I think some of that shows up in these meetings. You represent in some sense what India is, what India's opportunity is, how to do it, and so on. And globally, there are alignments being looked at, right? Should we? I mean, when Sriram, who was the AI representative at White House, was here, he talked about the US stack of AI and how you should adopt it and so on, right? And I think
they push it?
He was very. It's a viral moment. I think he's sort of like very forceful in that meeting. But
like how?
I mean, they really believe that we should sort of like we should use it. But in private, right, there's a lot of interest to collaborate, right? And I feel that's like in diplomacy, there is creative white space. But for us to be able to sort of get our way, we have to be capable, right? So we have to climb the capability ladder quickly. Otherwise, like that Canadian Prime Minister said, that you're either on the table or you're sort of the meal or whatever. He said something in that direction, right? We have to be a player. We have to be consequential, right? Otherwise, it is a lot of good talk, but they don't. I mean, they just marginalize you out as not being significant. Technically, there's a lot that we collaborate, we do, we have respect and so on in the community. But as a nation, we need to do much more. And I think there is interest from the government, right, to sort of like scale up and do more of that. And I think we need to take that up multiple orders of magnitude higher.
Now, this is a very important thing. No? Either you're on the table or you're the lunch. But is there a danger of India becoming dependent on AI models from other parts of the world? Can this have consequences for our strategy, our military, our defense, our sovereignty? You know, because I worry that AI and deep technology, if we don't have, because China has its own models and it's very advanced, they have built a fortress around themselves. They are not dependent. This makes them a much stronger country in geostrategic terms. My direct question, and you don't have to give me a nice answer for it, are we vulnerable till we get somewhere there? What are the things we are vulnerable about? What are the things that people should be worried about? Why should we make this a national mission?
Yeah.
You know, rather than always think that we'll be the application capital of the world, we'll be the market for the world. You know, that can make us very complacent. But if there's a war tomorrow, if there's a conflict tomorrow, not having our own systems, our own models, our own independence, what could it impact us in negatively?
Yeah. See, the first thing is from a growth mindset, this is not an either or. Let's win applications. Let's build great applications on the best models, right? Yeah. And let's make value for us all. So it's a false choice to say that we will use something else and also build. You need the ability to say that I can sit in these global tables and actually say I'm consequential, right? So I think that we should be core builders, right? And we should be agenda setters, right? As you said, there is army and the whole effort around defense forces is going to become quickly AI dependent, right? So you must think of this as a weapon system, and weapon systems we have very deeply tried to indigenize, right? There's no two ways about it, right? And instead we should be actually, just like we are doing with some of our missiles, exporting AI. We should be projecting our power externally. Secondly, I think AI is going to become just economic flywheel, right? From what I understand, if 2-3 big companies in the US this year go to IPO, it might be the sum of IPOs over the last 50 years, right? So just value concentration will happen, and there are consequences to that, right? Across the board, right? And we need to defend. There is industries that will go down, right? Given that AI is coming up, you need to play on the upside, right? You can't defend what's going down. And I think thirdly, I think AI will become a matter of day-to-day usage of people, right? So what companies outside know about our people, we should take it seriously, right? Narratives will be set. Culture could be disseminated, even disintermediated. All of that is a longer term viewpoint, right? And of course, people could ask, why would Sarvam do this better? And I think we should ask this of every company,
this
right?
Question, yeah.
But it's important to have a player, or to have players who can build to our intent.
Are you tired of that question?
I think so. I think
people is that the first question I ask you? How can Sarvam do it better than OpenAI or this or that? Or
no, it's more than tired. I sense that the country is. I mean, we are a little bit we were a little confused, right? Because we sort of create these false choices. We force ourselves into corners. We should be going fast. China goes fast. It makes 5-year plans. And then, hey, in 5 years, we will beat these guys. They do it in 4 years. And then they plot the next 5 years, right? Just sometimes there's value in just ruthless
Do you travel
clarity.
to China?
I haven't recently. I have done earlier. But I greatly respect what Chinese companies have done in AI.
Yeah.
They have built fast
Yeah.
and become competitive.
Yeah. So this is a very interesting phase in your life. Now, did you expect it to become so big? Like you're now aiming for it to be big when you started in 23, 24. What was your ambition then? Are you getting there? Did you have a time horizon to achieve what you had to achieve? Are you on track for that? Do you, as a leader, do you set timelines for yourself? Because your area, you know, this level of technology redundancy comes so quick. So I guess you have to achieve things very quickly, right?
Yes, yes.
So people watching this program may not be from technology. They may look at your life story from other, industries or areas where they are working. How target driven are you? How does a person become target driven? And how do you ensure that your rest of your organization also feels that way?
Yeah, no, I think what's happening, by the way, with AI is that things are moving so fast, as you said. You have to be very agile about your targets.
Okay.
In fact, be very open to saying that what I was doing was absolute crap.
Really?
And I need to do something very different, right? Because the area is just moving, and it's just, and as a builder, I can tell you, it's going to get crazier and crazier, right? And it will have implications across the board. So targets you absolutely need to have, otherwise you can't function as a company. And I am target focused because we are also sort of like playing against global competition, which has far more capital, and so we need to be on top of the game and do this very quickly. One of the things that I track is how far behind we are compared to the global players, right? I think we are at least 6 to 12 months behind. We need to crash that to about 3 to 4 months, right? That is our target. In some sense, we are dilating time with what we are trying to do. Over the next 6 months, can we become competitive? And then can we move on from there, right? But we absolutely have targets, say, for this quarter, next quarter, the year. I have a 1,000-day plan, but I think the point is things are moving so fast that you really need to be very agile. And I say that about every other field as well. Let's take education. People think a lot about how to train themselves in the world of AI, and they would take this certificate or that certificate. Frankly, no certificate is worth even the paper it's on, right? This area is moving so fast that we all have to commit to sort of like running with it, right? On the professional side, I think there are implications on the personal side, but on the professional side, we really need to be on top of it, right? Yeah.
So, tell me about your family and how do they deal with your entrepreneurial life?
No, it is hard. I have 2 young kids. The family, of course, my wife is a faculty, so she's also into her professional focus. But been immensely grateful for the support from their extended family to make this possible. It's just not possible without support. There's so much of travel. There's so much of deep work, hard yards, long hours. They really supported it. I think we all sort of like grew into what this could be. When it started off, it was something else, but we grew into, hey, this is suddenly now something of national importance. Let's figure that out and so on. So it is hard work. Entrepreneurship is very hard work.
Does that thing make a difference that it's something of national importance?
It gives more fuel.
Does that give more fuel to your close circle, to your family, to your colleagues? Do you guys talk about it?
It does. In fact, I think that's very important. And I think you mentioned about team as well, right? So I think keeping the team aligned to a higher mission, it gives you so much additional energy, right? The company sort of embodies that a lot, right? And that's what is going to also be the differentiator, because if everything is about the compensation package, you'd as well go to an American company and earn an extra zero in your package, right?
Yeah, that's true. It makes people work more.
No, absolutely.
Work harder.
Yeah, I'm amazed by the amount of time our team puts in, what they are able to achieve. I mean,
do you also lead from the front there?
You have to. There's a lot of.
Do you have a life outside your work?
I wouldn't say much of it. It's family and work, and that's not a bad place to be in, right? So, but not much else. Yes.
Family and work. Interesting. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? I'm not even asking 10.
Yeah.
But where do you see yourself in 5 years? What will make it? What will, if you were to define some professional success today, where do you see yourself in 2031?
Yeah. No, I mean, we want to make Sarvam sort of like a consequential company.
Why do you keep using the word consequential? It's your favorite word.
Yeah.
I've noticed.
Yeah.
What is consequential? This question must be asked because Pratyush in this episode has used this word 6 or 7 times.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. So
I should look at it.
What is it that defines consequence? Obviously, a belief system in it.
No, I feel the following, right? The world is going to change very rapidly, and lot of things will fall by the wayside. And the only way you believe you made it is sort of you are relevant to people afterwards, right? So the consequences of what you have done over a longer period of time are there, right? Whether it is for people in India, whether it is the ability to build tech grounds up in India, can we have an Indian company sort of like thought of like a Google, right? I think that's the consequence we are looking for, right? And I think what I'm probably hinting internally is that it's not about one product, one more thing, right? That'll keep coming and going. We have to play for that sustainable lead at the frontier.
Absolutely, we do. Life is a dream, isn't it? I mean, things like you're really on the fast lane. You think you took the right decisions at an early stage. Because you've taken 2 or 3 career decisions, right? You did your PhD, one to come back. Secondly, to leave your private sector job to do something semi-entrepreneurial within a campus. And then to leave that to start your own company. So there are 3 professional decisions you've taken. How did you convince yourself to do it, right? All of these 3 decisions, were they on-the-spot decisions? If you look back, is it something you planned 10 years back? Or did it just happen on the moment?
No, it was not planned. So, I think, no, it was not planned. I think life showed its cards. There was a deep, I think the family upbringing clearly valued things like teaching and contributing back to society. In fact, and at ETH Zurich, I stayed for quite some time at a temple. So there's an ISKCON temple. I used to stay in the temple. And it was interesting. I went out of India to discover depth and spirituality and so on, right? I think all of these things just played out, and so we are doing what we are doing. But what I realized in the hindsight is there was some little maybe foolish, but whatever lack of fear. Let's do this. Okay, what's going to do? I mean, there are going to be consequences, but let's do that. That was there, and I think there were so many bad decisions along the way, right? In terms of the company, how we did it, what we could have done. In hindsight, you become much more wiser about that. But there is this feeling that there's a bigger momentum behind you that will take things forward.
Yeah, I think that keeps coming. So you didn't really plan it out. So that's also that is a big lesson for all of us, that you have, when the moment opportunity comes, you take it, right? You don't procrastinate. You decide in a moment. Or do you seek counsel of friends, family, people around you before you take your decisions, or is it completely individualistic?
Yeah. No, I definitely do consult, but I think I don't consult enough, right? I should do more of that. Yeah, but yeah, we do. Family is very important, so we discuss quite a bit with family, right? But I do believe that India can do with more mentors, right, who have seen this and enable others to succeed, right? In fact, I think a lot about company forming, and I think we should be forming lots and lots of companies in India and really just innovating, right? And I mean, once all of this is done, I would really think we should. I would like to contribute to that space. I think there's a lot of value to create.
Yeah. What about? I mean, when you're at these global events, right? Isn't there a lot of pride you feel in? You're representing India in a way. You're not a government official. But at global events, you're wearing the India, the tricolor on your shoulders. You're really standing for India. And is that an overwhelming feeling, or is that like you're going with the flow in this?
No, absolutely. No, I think it isn't. It's core to what we do.
Yes.
Probably it is not overwhelming because we have sort of embodied it, but it's very, very core to what we do, right? So we have, like, in fact, even when you go talk to the students in these places, they talk about what's possible in India. There's so much of that feeling, right? That we are doing this for India. There's
Do students flock to you now?
Yeah, they do, and there's so much of goodwill. They really want to make it happen. Different people would say, "I can help you in this way, that way." And it's a positive feeling.
You see that's the Republic office. You see that big R dot out there?
Yes, I see that.
I always take this turn. I feel so proud when I see the flag and I see the R dot. And we also say we are building something for the country.
Consequential.
Consequential. And I always say, we don't say news first. Always say nation first.
Absolutely.
If someone tells me to put the news behind and nation first, I'll happily do it.
Yeah.
And I think that's so important.
What's the story behind R dot?
R dot, the story is that it's just a mnemonic, and it stands for Republic. And the dot is a sense of finality that sort of we believe in the news, and we want R dot to be synonymous with the news. Also, Republic is a word that everybody across the country understands. Whether you go to someone who doesn't speak Hindi or English, they'll know Republic through Republic Day. So it's very easily identifiable logo. And even people who don't like us avoid us, saying that, "Can you take the R dot mic away from me?" but it's fun. As I said, the use of the word consequential.
Yes.
Every day, I hope that there is something we can do which is going to be consequential for the country. Because otherwise, we're in limited industries, however big you are, you in valuation, us in reach. The fact is that it makes no sense if it is not going to be even a small sentence in a chapter on Indian history. So I keep saying that if there's a book written on Indian history, last 100 years, let us be one sentence. That'll be worth it, that we've done some good for the country. So that's
absolutely, and you're doing that, and I really like the finality aspect of the dot.
Yeah,
that's
it's
cool.
Confidence. Somebody said, "Oh, numerologically and all, it's not good." I said, "Doesn't matter. For me, it's good." I believe that it says something, and I really wish that Sarvam does become that. For me, it's success for you is not in the $1 trillion company you will become, or your valuation. It'll be in achieving what you've set out to do. Sovereign model. Giving an opportunity to people in India. I also think that if you're successful, so many other young Indians will say we can also set up a company in areas of innovation, because you've dared to dream. I mean, I think this is extraordinary. And as I take a pause on this section, I'd just like to say this. It's extraordinary. The journey that you are on and the challenge you've taken and the ease with which you're carrying it on your shoulders is extraordinary. And well begun is half done, and I think you've done that. I think really it's going to be amazing to see next 3-4 years of Sarvam. I think you're going to do great, and I think you're going to be globally recognized, and I wish you all the luck for that. How was the driving?
It was perfect. I think it was super smooth.
It's just so much fun to be outside the studio, and for me, it's a blessing to get to know people, We had Ricky Cage on this episode, great musician. We had so many other greats, but today's been particularly fulfilling for me. Thank you. Thank you. Let's do the closing section outside.
Sure.
This has been a great chat with Pratyush, and this has been a great series, hasn't it? The new business of life.